Booted that fast? Hi, I can't see much, and right now you're seeing a rather horrible image of me coming from the laptop that is on my desk, and this is where I can see up close what I look like after live broadcasting for, well, 30-ish hours. We are working to get the better setup going again. We've been having some weird audio issues. Someone just posted out, I broke the internet. I didn't mean to break the internet. I really didn't. But apparently we now know exactly how long my iMac is capable of hosting Hangouts before it says, I give up. and starts looping the audio in truly insane mechanisms. I'm going to work to try and get the other computer better to join in by sharing the link so that, let's see if this helps. Oh, such an odd challenge. I wish I knew why my iMac was suffering. Are you in Chrome or Safari?
Safari.
Okay. So here we are. My iMac is sad. I'm going to say close out all of the software and then reopen the windows after a reboot. So we're going to try rebooting that one more time. So while we're working on rebooting that computer, I apologize for the crappier video, the crappier audio. But hey, you get to see me up close and personal and see the wear and tear the hours have taken. Hi. I actually can't tell if anyone can hear me or see me. Can somebody? But hey, I'm up close. I can actually open the Q&A app, which I haven't been able to read at a distance the entire time. Tom Nathy wrote, did the internet run out of electrons? I hope not. Phil Wilcox says, it works. And Jim Seltzer says, we're good here. That is so, so good to know. I will actually probably put this back to being an icon once we get the other computer working. We're going to have to get this link out to our next set of guests. I'm so sorry. We did not mean to break the internet. It was not our goal today. So I'm getting the link out to our next set of guests so that they can join us. So for those of you just joining us with the chaos that is now the overly zoomed in version of me at a terrible camera angle, welcome. You are joining the 36-hour CosmoQuest Hangoutathon at a moment of technical difficulty. We are temporarily running after my poor, innocent, unassuming MacBook Air that was not expecting to have this done to it today. It is a very old machine. It is doing its best. We are here, well, for one simple purpose. For 36 hours, we are working to do science together, and we are working to raise money to keep doing science far into the future. Yesterday, thanks to your donations, we launched a brand new citizen science project. We launched Mars Map. You have already marked more than 1,000 images. By now, it might be more than 2,000 images. And your efforts are helping us do new science. And we have the better screen back. Heck, we have me on 2 screens right now. You have my... Oh, I wonder if the wire... Can you check the wire on the floor? So we are trying to figure out what's wrong with my microphone to see if we can get it back running again. Be what happened. Testing, testing. Yep. Testing, testing. I am here twice. You get me up close, you get me far away. Welcome. Is the audio working? Is this sounding better? Let me know. Tom Nathy wrote, making sausage for science. I'd rather not be making sausage for science, but hey, this is what happens sometimes. Okay, I'm gonna actually, I like having the question Q&A app back. I'm gonna mute my video on my laptop. I'm not gonna take it away because I don't trust it not to break again. As I was saying, this is the CosmoQuest 36-hour Hangoutathon. We are here to raise money to keep doing science and You guys are doing awesome things. We have 4 hours and 2 minutes left. We have another donation for $20 since I last checked. That just is awesome. We are currently sitting at $30,695.42. Okay, so we're trying to raise $5,300. I have to write down math at this point. I've been awake far too many hours. So with $30,695 and an awesome 42 cents, the answer to life, the universe, and everything. This means to hit $36,000, we need to bring in $5,305 in 4 hours. Doing math, that means we need to bring in 1,300. Yes, 300. I need to actually write the numbers down as I go because it's that point in the day. 26. We need to bring in, let's call that $1,350. We need to bring in $1,350 this hour. That will put us at, doing more maths. I try to never do math in front of anyone I'm not teaching a class to because the probability of making a mistake is sufficiently large, and as an astrophysicist, it is sufficiently humiliating. Yeah, I'll stop there. We need to try and hit $32,021 by the end of this hour to get ourselves on track and stay on track. And if we can get ahead, let's get ahead. Let's try and end this thing early. Let's set a goal for this hour of $32,500. Can we do it, folks? Can you tweet? Can you Facebook? Can you Tumble? Can you Google+? Can you get everyone you know to give $1, to give $2, to help us, well, get science to more and more people? So joining us this hour, we're going to have, I see an arm. Do I see a Pat arm? And I see hair. That might be Annie hair. I think I do. I see our guests joining us. This is Patrick Durrell, the director of Ward Beecher Planetarium and a professor at Youngstown State University. And with him is Annie, one of his awesome content creators. Together we work to create planetarium shows and support the Science on the Half Sphere repository of planetarium imagery at CosmoQuest. Thank you for joining me on your Sunday afternoon. How are you all doing?
So far, so good. A little hectic, but you know, not so bad. How are you doing? I think that's the more important thing.
Well, hey, I have the Hangout working again, and it's not looping my audio anymore, so we're good.
Okay.
So, you guys help one of our key programs here at CosmoQuest. You help us with, well, Science on the Half Sphere, and one of our next projects is a project that you guys are spearheading. It's the Journey to the Edge of a Pinwheel, the Pinwheel Planetarium Shows, plural, that we're going to be putting together in the next year. Can you start out by telling us a little bit about the science that we're supporting with this outreach?
Yeah. Well, we have time coming up at the end of September to use the Hubble Space Telescope to take extremely deep images of the very outermost parts of the nearby spiral galaxy M101, the Pinwheel Galaxy. So it's a very popular target for astrophotographers. And you know, our colleagues up at Case Western that's set for looking for very, very, very faint stars in the outskirts of galaxies, and so M101 actually extends much further than the traditional picture. I know there's a beautiful picture from the Hubble Space Telescope people, but many beautiful pictures online show the main spiral arms of M101, but the stars in the galaxy actually go up much further than that. What we want to do is characterize those stars in the outermost parts of the disk, so we can actually study, you know, what's going on. far beyond the spiral arms sort of thing. That might be the title for the show. Far beyond these spiral arms.
So Annie, I see that you're tweeting. At least I think that's what you're doing. Thank you so much for helping us get the word out. Now, Annie, you have an amazing job. Most undergraduates don't get to do things as cool as what you do. Can you tell our audience what it is that you do?
There are days where I do nothing but dust and do data entry, and there are days where I play with a program called Blender and create 3D animations and 3D content that Kurt then goes and stitches together into the larger shows. So it's a big gamut of things. And I just have a piece of mail on my desk that didn't quite make it to India that I get to deal with. So there's that.
I know you start off with the dusting thing, make it sound like really horrible people.
That's actually the thing that I do the least of. Oops.
So, yeah, unfortunately, dusting is a part of planetarium work. It's unfortunately a large part of a lot of work we do, because we work for science, which means we don't necessarily have minions to help.
That's right.
We do it all ourselves.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, the production of the show that we were just talking about, the M101 show. But if we go back in time to our previous show, Cosmic Castaways, I mean, it was done with a small group of people, and everybody sort of has to pitch in and do all sorts of little things to make these things happen.
And so this is one of those things that really I hadn't appreciated the magic of what we do until last week. Last week I was out in Brno, and I know I mispronounced that. Apparently that's the phrase I'm going to say most often this weekend. I was out in the Czech Republic in Brno for the Central European Full Dome Film Festival. And while I was there, I watched more than 19 planetarium shows in 2 days.
Yeah.
And those were the number that I was jurying. We also watched several other shows because they were cool. And the thing that I realized was a lot of the planetarium content out there that's getting created, it costs millions of dollars. It takes years and years to produce.
Right.
And it's stuff that your average planetarium at a university, like the one you have there at Youngstown State University, you can't afford this $1 million content. But what we're doing is, thanks to Annie, thanks to Kurt, who wasn't able to join us today, we're creating shows for $20,000, $30,000 that anyone can use. We're setting it free for free. And this is kind of an awesome thing.
And it's ended up in some pretty interesting places in the world.
Go ahead.
I've had a request for, believe it or not, Iran. I can't confirm it, but I'm pretty sure it came from Iran.
Oh, okay.
And it's in Israel, a couple places in Israel, South America. It's all over. And I can't believe how far it's going. And that's super cool.
And so when you donate to CosmoQuest, you're helping not just pay our bills, which we really need help with right now.
Of course.
And we're still sitting at $30,695.42. If you don't ask everyone who loves you to donate, because I know you already donated because you're watching, so you love us. If you don't ask everyone that loves you to please donate, it's Corey Lehan's birthday. He's our lead programmer. Please give him a birthday gift of donations to help us keep our lights turned on. If you don't give, we won't hit our goal of 32,500 by the end of the hour. Admittedly, I've only given you 7 minutes, but hey, you only have 53 left.
That's right. That's right. And the thing is, the idea of programs like this is for smaller places to create content that, might not necessarily be part of like these really big, as you say, the $1 million programs, the beautiful black hole simulations and stuff like that. But the idea is that, with these small ventures like what we do with CosmoQuest is to, focus in on something that maybe someone won't necessarily do a show on. I mean, Cosmic Castaways, the show that we did that Pamela wonderfully helped write and narrate, it's being used in plenty of planetariums, and it's based partially on some of the research that we do at some of us that we do here at Youngstown State and some of our colleagues at other places. And these are stars that get ripped out of galaxies, which is, not exactly, it's not like black holes. I mean, everybody loves black holes, let's face it. But you're able to, do some neat things like, oh, I always wanted to see a show on kind of the stuff that you're doing. And I'm sure a lot of scientists are in that same boat. They're like, wouldn't it be cool if my research was, part of one of these full dome programs which are starting to take hold across the world, really.
And this is something we don't often think about. You guys are in a unique position where you have an endowment that keeps your doors open for your planetarium, and you have a mandate to provide all of your shows for free to the public.
Yes.
And yours isn't the only planetarium out there like that. Now, if you're giving away the tickets to your dome, you don't have the money to buy $1 million show.
No. I mean, many of these shows, I mean, like I said, they may take $1 million to make these shows, but to each planetarium, depending on how big the planetarium, these shows can run $20,000+. And since we don't have gate receipts, I mean, we're sort of we try to be an educational resource to the entire area out here in Northeast Ohio. We want to be able to provide new content every year. We want to provide different things, whether it's kids shows or shows on the latest science or the latest NASA programs. We want to be able to do these things, but we want to have lots of content, but you can't be spending such huge amounts of money on each particular show. So we like to be able to have content out there that people at a small planetarium or a lot of portable planetariums out there are starting to do full dome. I mean, these people are not necessarily going to have the money to buy a $20,000 or $30,000 show, and we want to have content where they can go, oh, that sounds like an interesting show. I'd like to show it. It's free, and bring more science to the people.
And I would like to say we have popped up to, oh man, I switched screens. We've gotten some $20, some $100 donations. We are now at $30,895. Our goal is to get to $32,500 this hour.
32.5, yeah.
We'll get there. Every little bit helps. And so there you are in Youngstown, which it's you're a planetarium in an affluent city. When you open your doors for free, that has real meaning, because some of these people, free is, well, all they can afford.
That's right. That's right. Economically depressed area, and people aren't going to be able to spend $15 a head to come in to see a planetarium show. So, we want this to be a facility that people can come see shows. We do shows, except for the summer months. We do shows, 2 public shows a week, and we want people to come in and learn about science, learn about sort of the neat things that we're doing, not just the stuff that other things like the NASA probes. I mean, for example, all the fantastic NASA missions going on right now. But we also like to show people and our students here, kind of neat stuff that we do for research, things that other people in the area are doing. I mean, we want to be able to sort of put not just the science out there, but put a face to it. I mean, one of the key things is that science is done by people, and we really want to get that across.
And we are now at $31,295. We have less than $1,000 to go to hit our goal for this hour. Keep it coming. You guys are awesome. I love you, and I'm going to write every single one of you a thank you note on Monday and possibly on Tuesday if there's a lot of you.
Yeah, you're going to need some rest. I think people will understand.
Now, so it's not just about the planetarium shows, but it's also about enabling other people that want to do what Annie does and wants to create the stories for themselves. This is one of those things you got me into, is you have an amazing camera that all I can do is lust after, but we have identical lenses.
Yes.
It's this amazing SunX 186-degree field of view. I don't even know how you do that. It's awesome. And we're traveling the world. You got to go out to Mauna Kea, and you got some amazing images. Can you tell us a little bit about what that trip was like? And we're going to try and bring up some of these images.
Yeah, back in 2012, I mean, as part of an NSF grant I had to support my research, part of the broader impact for that program was to, take full dome, fisheye full dome images of some of the telescopes at Mauna Kea, some of which I used for my research, and to sort of, take still images and time lapses, and again, so that people can use them thereafter. It was a 10-day trip to Mauna Kea, and it was the only time I've been to Mauna Kea where I wasn't actually there to take data, to do science data. So I got to sort of go as a photographer. I called in favors to a number of my friends who work in some of the observatories there, and basically, I'd go up on some nights and be outside just taking images. Cold nights, people usually don't equate Hawaii with cold, but on the summit of Mauna Kea, it was usually around upper 30s temperature-wise, so I'd be out there with my heavy coat and gloves, and out there taking pictures and time lapses of the night sky from the beautiful dark skies of Mauna Kea, and some of the telescopes, including the Gemini Observatory, and still my favorite, the Canada-France-Hawaii telescope. That's my favorite because that's a telescope I've used for many, many years for my research. I just have a special
Your puppy.
My puppy, yeah, that's coming.
So Sandy had on observatory kittens. You're bringing, planetarium puppies? Is that what I hear?
Planetarium puppies, yes. Tell you what.
So I think you need to bring his little demanding self, or her little demanding self, on screen.
Okay, I'll be right back.
So while Patrick goes and gets his puppy, this is the awesome site that we've put together to support science on the half sphere. We're working to enable full dome creativity. If you scroll down on the site, you'll see project after project. Well, first of all is Cosmic Castaways, the planetarium show that Annie and Curtis, mostly Annie, rendered over about a year, and I had the privilege of getting to narrate. We have online on YouTube a flat version of that you can enjoy, and we distribute completely for free the, non-flat Dome Masters. We have a second show, Art, Science, Wonder, that was put together by Kurt to demonstrate the facilities they have there at Youngstown. And then we have the collections of images taken, Gemini North. I can't read all those windows from here, but trust me, it is awesome picture of dome after awesome picture of dome. Yes, now I can see it. So Gemini Telescope North, Canada, France, Hawaii Telescope, James Clark Maxwell Telescope, the sub-millimeter array.
Yes.
Overall view of the entire, set of observatories out there at Mauna Kea. You got to visit, you captured imagery, and now we have set the imagery free for others to use through CosmoQuest.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry.
Go ahead. I said now we can see the puppy.
Yeah, well, now we have Lorelei, our 5-month-old miniature schnauzer. She's a bit of a nut, but as you can see, so, get us to 32.5 in this hour. More puppy. Okay.
There's another puppy.
There's another one. Our other girl, Trudy, is also.
Are you going to come here, Trudy? It's okay.
And I'd like to say we are now at $31,305. We have doing math in my head. Oh man, can't do math in my head at this point. We have 1,200. Is that right? That can't be right.
Yeah, just bring her over.
1,200, yeah.
We have $1,200 more to go this hour. Please keep the donations coming. We can do this together. And we have puppies.
And we have our other miniature schnauzer, Trudy. Yeah, so we love miniature schnauzers, so I had to come along here today to be part of the experience. Yeah, I heard about the kittens on earlier, so it's like, well, you know, gotta sort of up the ante and have 2 puppies on board. So, you know, but the black and white colors, yes, they're both good.
So I'm going to be sadly serious for just a moment. I know a lot of you out there, well, not a lot of you, but many of you out there watching right now who've been longtime friends of the new media community know PG Holyfield. He unfortunately passed away last August, but the work that we're doing with Journey to the Edge of the Pinwheel, the next planetarium show set that we're working on, this was an idea that PG and I had been working on before we realized how short cancer would cut his life. He died the week we turned in the grant, but we managed to get it. And now Christiana Ellis, a wonderful friend that we've worked with on other projects in the past, she's stepping in to help us carry his voice forward.
And that's
when
fantastic.
we can, we work with amazing artists, amazing writers. We're trying to tell stories with a myriad of voices, and we are so honored to get to help take one of PG's stories and carry it forward and see it to completion. Now, with Journey to the Edge of the Pinwheel, this actually came from me initially completely forgetting what Galaxy M101 was, and I was so excited. I thought it was the whirlpool, and I wrote our entire grant based on Journey to the Edge of the Whirlpool. I had all sorts of awesome mythological I was wrong. I was completely wrong. You all mocked me, and I deserved it.
No. First of all, I think part of the issue is
there's a lot of galaxies.
There's a lot. Actually, I have caught myself doing that as well, because I also did some work a long time ago on the whirlpool. So when I first saw it, I didn't pick up on it either. That's the beauty of it. There's so many nearby galaxies, and I'm lucky enough that I do research, you know, along some of these nearby galaxies. So yeah, it's an easy thing to do, and just another fascinating target. You know, who knows? Maybe the next one will do the outer parts of the whirlpool, and then the circle will be complete. You know.
And we're doing something really interesting with how we're doing these 2 planetarium shows. We're actually working to try and use the same graphics, one to tell the story with straight science. If you go to the planetarium, most of the time you're going to hear Enya. I don't know why, but most of the time you're going to hear Enya. After you're done hearing Enya, you're going to hear a planetarium show that more often than not has a male voice talking, quite often in a European accent, a male voice talking in a soothing way that is almost guaranteed to put you completely to sleep in the comfortable chairs in which you are leaning back and watching the skies sweep by. So yeah, we recognize that's the case. We're going to change it up. It's going to be my voice, probably also fully capable of putting you to sleep. Listen to Cosmic Castaways. Hopefully it keeps you awake. So that's show 1, your standard science show where we take you on a journey and we tell you about the star-forming regions. We tell you about the spiral structure. We tell you about all the amazing facets of that galaxy.
Right.
Now, story 2. I'm not going to give away the plot, but story 2 is going to be a fiction story. It's going to be a tale of journeying through the pinwheel. Christiana Ellis, who wrote the Space Casey series, which, if you haven't listened, this is old-timey, if that's the right word. It's an old-timey space opera, basically. It's available over on Audiobooks, which is software that my producer helped write the original version of back in the day. Christiana Ellis, Space Casey's absolutely amazing. It has caused me to humiliate myself by just like stopping and bursting out laughing while walking down the sidewalk listening to it. It has a whole crew of amazing voice talent, and I won't tell you in what role she cast him, but she has Nathan Lowell, in another author that we adore, doing an absolutely hilarious bit that he was perfect for. And sadly, I can't say more without giving things away. But anyways, Christiana is stepping in, and she's going to help tell the same science, but from a more fictional viewpoint that will probably have multiple voices that you may know if you're part of the podcasting community. And we look forward to seeing all the things that come out of the visualizations that Annie and Kurt put together. Now, what's it like for you, Annie, when we turn to you and say, hey, can you take us on a journey through the Pinwheel Galaxy?
Well, first I get to wait for the script. So all of this stuff starts in June, and you guys get to work on the script, and I get to go do fun things that don't involve school. And when I come back from fun things that don't involve school, I get to sit down and figure out how exactly I'm going to make this work.
So we are at $31,335.42. We're trying to get to $32,500. We have 37 more minutes to do it. Can you help? Can you help us get there? Annie, you have, I had a cool job as an undergrad. I was reducing space data. But you have a cool and creative job, and your work goes out all over the world. What's that like to explain to, hey, I have to go back and go to work when half your friends are going to the cafeteria and you're going to your render farm?
One, I wish I had a render farm.
We're working on it. We're working on it.
I know. And if I hear one more person say, I could build that for a lot less, no, I don't want to.
No.
It's interesting because a lot of them are like, oh yeah, I'm going to go do this. I'm like, I'm going to go play with Blender and sit at a computer. And they think it's fun, or they think it's funny, rather. But it's kind of rewarding. In fact, one of the scenes in Cosmic Castaways, from concept to actually getting it to work right, took over a year. And that was a struggle. And there were moments where it was just like, you know, you're in the shower and you have a thought like, oh yeah, animate everything really means, hey, you can animate everything. And it fixed some minor issues in the thing where I had a dark black hole in the top of the dome where it should have been sky.
Yeah, but it's total fun with scene
accidental
creation.
Black hole?
The accidental black hole.
Yeah, accidental black hole.
I just want to update real fast and say thank you because we are now at $31,422. You are working on it. We have 35 minutes to make it $32,500. That is $1,100. It's less than $1,100 to try and bring in. We can do this, people. Help us bring science to the world and help us keep undergraduates like Annie doing awesome things.
Be employed, even though eventually I need to graduate.
Yeah,
so far, we have now raised enough funding to pay 2 graduate students or 2 undergrads. They actually earn about the same, which I don't understand. I just know it's the way it is. And, well, to inspire you, puppies are growling and barking and saying, you must donate, you must donate. This is the message in dog.
They're miniature schnauzers. They love to vocalize.
I think we were supposed to send something out as a little prize thingy, but I think I dropped the ball on that because school. We still have thumb drives left. That were the engraved thumb drives. We still have a bunch of those left. You want to do the ledge thingy that you were doing earlier and hang out with those? I can go grab one.
So I can add them to what we're giving away, and I'll run down this list right now as we race towards the end of this Hangoutathon. You can see the sunlight streaming in and telling us as it washes me out that the day is closing, that Hangout is edging towards the end with 3.5 hours left. 3.5 hours left.
Well, nice you got some sun there.
Yeah. So we have so far donated as door prizes, and Corey Lehan is going to come and help us give those away in our final half hour. We have 10 soundtracks to the new Firefly video game that's in the process of being produced. We have 7 meteors donated by Richard Drum, the astronomy bum. We have 2 prints from Indigo Nights. For those of you who don't know what these look like, these are beautiful framed prints that depict the sky on a night that is important to you over the place that mattered. There is, on this one, it's a message to commemorate the day that my husband and I got married in Manchester, New Hampshire. And these each come with an explanation of all the constellations that are in that sky. We have 2 $200 gift certificates to buy telescope. These give you access to puppies, apparently. No, they actually give you access to the Annie Jump Cannon and Jocelyn Bell Burnell telescope, the 24-inch out at Siding Spring Observatory. We have 5 kids' books from Sarah Willis, Your Place in Space. We have 5 prints donated by Amy Davis Ross. These are ceramics. And we have, if you donate $2,000, Jeff Notkin has said that he will gladly donate to you in exchange for that $2,000 donation to us a piece of palisite that is encased beautifully, and we have pictures of this out on Twitter, encased beautifully in lucite. It's this stunningly gorgeous museum piece, basically, of meteor sliced in half, ready for you to put on display, and we're going to work on trying to pull up a picture of that. So we are currently sitting at $31,472. It keeps going up. You guys don't know how happy you're making me. So this, if you donate $2,000, is what Jeff Notkin has said is awaiting in your future. If you want this glorious looking piece of palisite encased to keep it safe inside of lucite, well, we'll gladly take your $2,000 and give you, if you're in the United States, a tax deduction as the law allows. We are now without barking dogs, and we are still sitting at $31,472. And now we're at 12 cents. Where'd my 42 cents go? Can someone donate something that ends in 30 cents? So you're back, and you're going to add to my list of things that we're giving away. What are you adding to my list?
I had, how many of these? I grabbed 5.
What's that?
Oh, okay, so I have 5. I think they're 32 gigabyte thumb drives. They're silver. I know you can't see it, and if I get up to the camera, I can't see what it looks like. But they're engraved. One side has CosmoQuest, and the other side has For Future Planetarium with our little. They're really gorgeous. Oh, our assistant was going to. What is she going to do? I think she's going to reach around the camera.
Focus that close?
Yeah, it's focused, I think.
Oh.
Is it focused? Ask them.
Yep, we can see the CosmoQuest logo.
CosmoQuest.
Awesome.
Okay.
CosmoQuest. Science for you.
Thank you, Ashley.
Among many other possible taglines for CosmoQuest. So, science for everybody.
Yes. Science for everybody.
That's one thing about the planetarium field is that, you know, a lot of people come to the planetarium, and some people, you know, like I said, honestly, you know, haven't been to a planetarium in a long time and think it's just the stars, you know, and it's beautiful to see a beautiful presentation of the nighttime sky. But now with, you know, go see your local planetarium. Many planetariums are now moving into the full dome arena with these full dome video projectors, and you can, they can show shows like Cosmic Castaways, and in a couple of years be able to see the M101 show, both versions, and be able to see some of the most recent science, hear from some of the people involved, and just get a feel and become that more attuned to what scientists do, and again, a reminder that science is done by people.
And science can be pretty.
Yes. You say it with so much sadness, like it's a bad thing that...
It's not a bad thing, but science can be really pretty. And I think some people are like, they see the science and they think math, and that's all it is. But no, even math can be pretty.
As we just saw, I guess in your previous segments, the Hubble Space Telescope just turned 25 since its launch, and beautiful examples there.
But all of those examples are data. All the pictures are data.
Yes, they are data.
They're very pretty data.
And I mean, this is the thing we're trying to do is with Cosmic Castaways, we were telling a scientific story that really doesn't get told often enough. We often hear tales of how in 5 billion or 5.5 billion, depending on whose models you're looking at, our galaxy, the Milky Way, is going to collide with the Andromeda Galaxy. We talk about that part, but the story that we leave out is when this collision occurs, for the most part, stars are not going to collide. For the most part, the two galaxies are going to rearrange themselves into a new elliptical galaxy. But along the way, there's going to be stars that get banished, cast away, and thrown out to be by their lonesome. And you've actually working with your you're missing John. John Feldmeyer is the other part of our Science on the Sphere awesome group. I've heard Pat and John, a noisy astronomer, our postdoc here, who's going on to an awesome new job in Manchester, New Hampshire. She's transitioning from postdoc to assistant professor, and she refers to you and John as CosmoQuest's crazy uncles.
That's fair.
Okay, I can see that. I can see that.
And you've done that work, and John actually has done a lot of that work to try and help understand where the stars go to, well, hide between the galaxies.
Right. Yeah, we want to understand, one way we see galaxy clusters today, we see these large collections of galaxies like the Virgo cluster, all these galaxies, but we want to know, we see what it's like, very recently, but, what has it been doing over the last, 12, 13 billion years? And one way to do is look at the galaxies, and you can see, what's happened to them. Some galaxies are messed up as a result of, all these interactions, like, Milky Way and Andromeda will eventually do. But yeah, but these stars that are cast off, they also tell us a different side of the story. How many of these castaways are there? And in galaxy clusters, it's not a small number. In galaxy clusters, probably 10, in some cases, over 20% of all the stars that used to be in galaxies are now in this sort of intergalactic space between the galaxies, and you sort of sit back and think about that number and go, that's a lot of stars out there.
Yeah.
And by looking at those, we sort of get a different perspective on, what's the history. It's like, going back to, trying to put all the pieces together after, for example, a road collision. You want to look at the data, and you look at all of the information available. You don't just look at the main galaxies, but you also want to look at what was the aftermath, what happened to the stars, what happened to the gas. Other people work on that. So there's a lot of interesting science that can go on, and you get different perspectives.
And I just want to say we got a donation for $4.30, which got me my 42 cents back. Unfortunately, I've now been issued a challenge that I feel like I'm failing miserably at. We had a donation for $56.70, and it says bonus points if you recognize the physical constant. And I'm like, that feels like it's a wavelength. It feels like it's a wavelength, but I can't remember what it's the wavelength for. But I could be completely wrong. I've been awake a lot. So bonus points not to me, but bonus points to anyone out in our audience who tweets us what 5670 is a constant for. And you know, you're welcome to challenge me with your donations of different specific numbers I can't recognize. We are so close to our goal. We are so close. I see the bar filling up. Our goal is to get to $36,000 in donations in 36 hours. We are at 6:38 p.m. We will be here until 10 p.m. That means we have 3 hours and 22 minutes left. We can do this, guys, right? We can do this. We can finish this. We are closers. Coffee is for closers. I don't know if we have this graphic anymore.
Oh,
I'm
that'd be
torturing.
awesome.
My producer is going to kill me. He agrees. He is going to kill me. I'll give him time.
Yes. Science requires funding, and science requires coffee.
Yes.
So in the interim, I'm being reminded of the 55K potato salad that is now my new evil arch nemesis. Do you guys know the story of the potato salad?
Other than it was a Kickstarter and he got $55,000? No.
That's pretty much the sum total of it.
But what was it for?
This potato salad is my arch nemesis. This dude, he posted up on Kickstarter that he wanted to make potato salad, and he tried to get, I think, $50. And several people thought this was funny, and Jeff Notkin, who we love, who's a major supporter of the show, he is the creator of my arch nemesis. But every hero needs a nemesis, right? So if this makes me a hero, I'm good with Jeff creating an arch nemesis. So he was humored by this potato salad campaign on Kickstarter. He messaged it to Neil Gaiman, whose work I dearly adore, who as a person I don't yet know. And Neil posted about the potato salad, and it kind of was all over at that point. But it's not all over for us. As I was saying, coffee is for closers, and we're drinking a whole lot of magic elixir that we've gotten donated to us from facebook.com/itsmyshow, podcast and rock shows put out live. Coffee's for closers. Please donate. Help us close out this Hangoutathon with the $36,000 that we're working to raise. It's kind of amazing how close we are. I'm watching the bar graph slowly fill. I don't know if we can get this up on screen. There it is. We are currently sitting at $31,486.42. We're getting there. We're so close. I know those of you out there who've done a lot of work. Your tweets are going by. You're helping so much. Thank you. Can you help just a little bit more? Can you help us make this a more scientific world? Now, with the cameras that you've got, where are the places you want to go next? Capture images that people can use in creating planetarium shows that tell new stories beyond the ones they can tell currently with the Hawaii images that you've captured.
Back to Hawaii.
Back to Hawaii.
Back to Hawaii would be good, but I mean, the thing is one of the things that my students in my classes find out is I'm a telescope geek. I like telescopes. I like pictures of telescopes, and I basically spend a week in my class just talking about all the different kinds of telescopes and what they tell us, and our tools of the trade. So I like, that was sort of the birth, if you want, of the idea of doing the full dome Mauna Kea project. Was, because I want to be able to show these images in class. I mean, indeed, in my astronomy classes, when I talk about telescopes, I have one of those full dome images of the Gemini telescope up on the screen. It's on the dome as they walk in, as if they were inside this large observatory. I've never been down to Chile to see some of the fantastic telescopes down there. There's the ALMA Observatory, which is now online, taking wonderful data in the sub-millimeter. I mean, to me, that would just be fabulous. It's not just the telescopes, but some of these places on Earth that you never think of. you know, just the absolute beauty of some of these places. La Palma would be a nice place to see. But you know, places as in something that you've done, Pamela. You know, take pictures of places in Europe, for example. You know, where the astronomy is done. You know, it's not just the telescopes; it's the people who do it. There's a grand history of it. And, you know, there's so many stories to tell, but there's so many places I want to go to. Certainly, you know, talking to Dr. Feldmeyer himself. You know, toying with maybe getting down to McDonald Observatory in West Texas.
And in fact, McDonald Observatory is partnering with us as we move forward with CosmoQuest on the grant that I'm working on writing. And if all goes well and the worlds align, we're going to be introducing new citizen science projects that will get us to work with collaborators from my alma mater, the University of Texas, which is a place that is near and dear to you guys as well.
Yes.
So I have to say, one of the things that's awesome about taking planetarium photos is people don't understand. I actually got to make friends with Jose Gonzalez, who was on this Hangoutathon yesterday with the Galileo Teacher Training Program, because I kept having to try and explain to him, no, you're still in my photo. Go stand behind that pillar.
Oh, yes.
We were on a trip, and we were... It was amazing. We were going to an area far away from the big cities in Greece to do teacher training. And along the way, I mean, Greece is kind of like covered in awesome history.
Mm-hmm.
That's Greece. And we stopped along the way where we were doing our teacher training at the Oracle of Delphi, as one does. And I took advantage of this moment to try and capture planetarium photos that we can include. They're still not there because fundraising. We took a moment to capture some photos that are going to end up in the Science on the Half-Sphere repository. And so I'm like crouched down in this really awkward position, kind of underneath my tripod. And Jose kept standing behind me, and I'm like, no, dude, you're still in my photo. And he's like, what are you doing? Well, I'm taking a full sky photo with a full horizon as well. And yeah, it's awesome to confuse tourists and friends, and that's how you make friends sometimes.
It is, and the pictures that are up on Science on the Half-Sphere are all the good ones. The ones that didn't make it are many shots of a couple of the telescopes where I look at the image and go, oh, that looks great, except the top of my head is in the back of the image. I'm like going, oh, that's not going to work. I'm not going to be able to Photoshop that out.
Did you have to hang them to a rail for some of those?
No, well, actually, a couple of the pictures, when I was on Mauna Kea, it was a very windy night. The winds were up to around 40 miles an hour. And I was taking images of the night sky, so I was doing 30-second exposure, so I could do a time-lapse of the constellations, you know, moving across the sky from the dark side of Mauna Kea. And literally, I was actually hugging the tripod. There are no pictures of this, but of me hugging the tripod, holding on to this thing to make sure the winds didn't take the whole setup away. And unfortunately, that night, I donated a glove to the gods, to the Hawaiian gods, as I put it down, and I went down to get it, and it wasn't there anymore. So yeah, some of the fun that goes on when you're up on top of a dormant volcano on a beautiful island of Hawaii.
So we continue to sit at $31,486.42. Help. We love you. Thank you for giving. Can you please go tell someone, hey, I know this great programmer. Help say happy birthday by donating to CosmoQuest. Hey, I know this woman who just wants to have a few moments to help share some planetarium photos she took in Europe. Give her a chance to pause and help do science education instead of fundraising, and donate to CosmoQuest. And hey, you over there using your Wi-Fi to play Angry Birds, you like that Wi-Fi? Well, that's thanks to radio astronomy. Can you give back?
Yeah, I mean, Science on the Half-Sphere has only just started. I mean, you know, this repository of images, it's Mauna Kea and some other images, but it's only just started. There's so many fantastic places to go to take images and to make them available to people, so that someone in a portable planetarium or a small planetarium, perhaps a planetarium near, you know, any of your viewers, can say, oh, I need some telescope shots for my show. they can just go ahead and go to Science in the Hemisphere and download images in a variety of resolutions and show people these wonderful places.
I mean, we could go take pictures of Youngstown, but I don't think that's what we think to see.
It's got some amazing brick buildings. I'll give you that.
Yep. Yeah, I'm going to do someday. I'm going to do time lapse downtown with all the cars and stuff.
All the pretty stuff.
Yeah, yeah,
All
so
the
some
pretty
really cool stuff. But yeah, there's the. But I mean, as far as from the astronomical side, there's just so many places, and what we've done so far only scratches the surface. So I was having a hard time coming. Where do I want to go next? It's sort of like
somewhere with the dark
everywhere.
Sky.
Yeah, someplace with the dark sky, but you just want to go everywhere and take images, and that people can do that. I mean, some of the images. I mean, over the summer here, we're actually going to be taking some of the full dome images that I took, and we're going to make a small, maybe a 10-minute short or something like that, so that we can use it in our classes. I mean, it's not just planetariums for the general audiences, but show that our university students can sit and enjoy and get a feel for what's it like to be there. I mean, it's one thing to read in a book about the telescopes that are in these places. Maybe you'll see a mention of on a TV show or on the news or something like that. But to show the students and everybody else, here are these places up close and personal. Hear stories from people who've been there and collect the data and try to take the images that are the beginning of the story, such as for the M101 program.
I think you can get a picture of the invisible cows.
I'll work on that. Yes, there's a sign at Mauna Kea about the invisible cows. Probably should do that. Most people don't realize that the Big Island of Hawaii was also a ranching island. There's actually a lot of ranching that goes on. So there are lots of cows, and until they put up barriers in the road, in the very dark of night when you're driving down from the summit of Mauna Kea, when you get down close to sea level, black cows are really hard to see. So the whole story about invisible cows.
The signs are real. The
signs are real, yes. I have the bumper sticker in my office.
And it's kind of amazing how much invisible wildlife there is. I was at the Siding Spring Observatory last fall, Northern Hemisphere fall, spring, Southern Hemisphere. And the kangaroos kind of come at you out of nowhere. And I think they aim for your car.
Oh my.
And they move faster than cows.
That's terrifying.
I don't want to see cows move that fast. I'm not ready for that.
Yeah,
Nobody is.
Don't they get on their tails and kick?
Yes, they do. Luckily, I didn't have to experience that. Now, the thing about what we're doing with Science on the Hemisphere is this is a community. We are supporting people, as Annie said, all around the world with planetarium content, and we also have people waiting to help. Tarishi Babak, I can never say this awesome human's last name. Tafareshi Babak. He's an amazing astrophotographer, does work with National Geographic. He has said that he will give some of his full dome images to Science on the Sphere for people to use. Warren Schultz, another photographer who's looking to travel the world doing photography for his business, is also looking to get a lens like the one we have to allow him to also help capture, well, the scenery that people need to help create these full dome shows that we can use for education.
Aurora shots. That's what we need. Full dome aurora.
Full dome aurora shots. Yes.
And
really nice wide ones, but no full dome.
From Babak. Now, I'm looking to see. I'm deeply amused by some of the things that are popping up on the Twitters as people work to try and get us help. Tree Lobsters, one of our dear friends who also does amazing puppetry. He has tweeted, if the Hangoutathon raises the entire $36,000, I'll eat this entire container of ice cream. To which someone responded, thank you for throwing yourself on that grenade.
Yes.
Now, does this mean that you're going to be sad-faced without the ice cream if people don't give? Don't make Tree Lobster sad. Let him eat his American dream. That sounds wrong. But help him get to eat his ice cream.
I'm feeling the ice cream thing now too, actually.
Yeah.
So we continue to be at $31,496 with 8 minutes left in this hour.
Keep going, people. There's science to be done. Yeah, feed the undergraduates. Feed that science.
Yeah. So
Just feed the
I see
undergraduates.
Tom Naphy over in the Q&A app has sent 10 books for Astronomy Day. He's sharing out articles. There's such an amazing community growing up around this Hangoutathon. Susie Murph, one of the wonderful volunteers who helped us get the show going. She's also the woman who does our show notes for Astronomy Cast and helps keep Fraser organized over at Universe Today. She's saying, looking good. We have folks from the weekly Space Hangout crew working on a potato salad cookbook to put the potato salad of Kickstarter to shame. I love that people are getting aggressive with the potato salad. Luca is sending me messages. He's saying there's more coming. Hang on. Hang out.
What we need is a graphic of a black hole swallowing the potato salad.
I'm sure somebody is going to make that in the next 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'm just throwing that out there as a really good idea. You know,
Somebody's got to be
so
a
my
Photoshop genius.
My ever awesome producer who has said more than once, I'm an audio guy, and he's still doing an awesome job. I think the black hole eating potato salad is kind of beyond. But hey, I know we have some amazing artists out there. Can you create an accretion disk of potato salad getting spiraled into a black hole?
Oh my goodness.
As I break the graphical artist, Annie, I can just see her going.
What can science do for you? We can get rid of that potato salad.
So, what is next beyond Journey to the Pinwheel, beyond working on science on the half sphere? What do you see in your days and weeks to come?
My days and weeks to come? Oh, there's so much.
Well, grading. I know you have grading in your future.
Well, there's grading, but the thing is and one of the fun things about doing the planetarium work is that I certainly keep involved with trying to get more Hubble time. I mean, it's really difficult to get Hubble Space Telescope time, but I keep applying because I want to keep doing neat stuff like that, like the images that we're going to take of M101, and so I'm always going to keep wanting to do that. So you know, while I'm writing grants and stuff like that, I'm constantly writing proposals and talking with people. Oh, that's a cool idea. Let's do that. And then you also go, yeah, we get that. That would be a neat planetarium show. So, I mean, one thing I know that we've discussed, Pamela, is you know, at some point, got to do a show about globular clusters, old, you know, archaeological sites of the galaxy.
Globular clusters are something that are really near and dear to my heart. I'm an old school variable stars kind of girl. I did my first research project on T Tauri stars, very young stars that haven't quite settled down in their ability to light up the world around them. I went from variable stars in the young area to variable stars in the old part of the Hertzsprung-Russell diagram and studied Cepheids and Auralaries as an undergrad and did my undergraduate senior thesis actually on the two different types of globular clusters that are out there, and these are the Oosterhoff type 1 and Oosterhoff type 2, right. And they orbit our galaxy in opposite directions, and it looks like our galaxy ruthlessly stole globular clusters from some other galaxy. Yes. And we see fundamental differences in these two types of systems, and as an undergrad, as one does, I just randomly graphed variables. And while randomly graphing variables, I was able to start to tear apart that stars actually evolve a little bit different depending on which of these two families they belong to, depending on which of the metallicities they belong to. And what really got me is we've been looking at these stars and these globular clusters long enough that we can see the evolution in the density of the star as the fuel in the core slowly burns away. I mean, think about that. We, as a society, using citizen scientists, working with the American Association of Variable Stars, we have enough data to see stars evolve. Citizen science has mattered to me since I was an undergrad, and somehow this is where I belong. And it's up to you to help me stay here, to help me do science, to help us do science.
Not just to stay, but to keep pushing forward.
Yeah, and this is what we're doing. I see Astra Swami on Twitter saying, please support CosmoQuest. Only 4K to go to achieve the goal of 36,000 for STEM and science. We're so close, people. So very, very close.
Make the globular cluster show a reality.
$1,566.42. We're getting there.
Good.
We have 3 hours left. I don't remember who's next, and my green room isn't telling me that they're ready. They are? I haven't seen them. Okay, I missed it. Tom Gordon is coming in next. An hour, and he's coming to us from Sydney. Kickstart Physics. So what final puppies like to leave our audience with?
What message we love to the puppies like to give is fun science. Let us move forward with all the cool things that CosmoQuest can do, because what you've seen over this entire Hangoutathon is the wide range of wonderful science and to get people involved. So please get people.
And we're
science.
Help us fund Annie so she can buy Benadryl to survive her.
Make one last.
And we've been heard, and we're hearing from a pup.
Yeah, Lorelei.
That's so cute. We have seen observatory cats and planetarium puppies. It's a fabulous furry world.
Puppies. That's right.
So thank you all.
Right. You can say goodbye, Lorelei. Yes. Thank you.
Please, please have a fabulous Sunday night, and if you can help us get the word out with your social media, we would so appreciate it. We continue to sit at $31,566, and my support team is laughing, and I don't know why. They're telling me they'll explain it later. I suddenly do not trust my producer. So for those of you just joining here at the 7 o'clock Central Time hour in the United States, this is the CosmoQuest 36-hour Hangoutathon. We are here to bring you guests, to bring you science, to bring you science education, to raise money to keep doing science, and to raise science itself. We have rearranged the CosmoQuest website. And right now, if you go to CosmoQuest, you can watch the Hangoutathon side by side with, well, doing science. We were able to launch a brand new citizen science project yesterday, Mars Mappers, a project that is designed to, well, help you do science that involves, well, figuring out how old are the volcanoes on Mars, that involves you in helping us find the places where it's most likely that organic materials might have been able to survive. We are currently racing the world's challenging you to show your love for a planet. We have Vesta mappers at 1,997 images annotated. Mercury mappers is at 1,103. Moon mappers is pulling ahead with 1,127 images. And Mars mappers is sitting at 1,293. There is no excuse for you to not be doing science while you watch this Hangoutathon. So go to cosmoquest.org, pick a world, get engaged, map some science, and help us, well, help us improve our understanding of this universe that we all share. Now, unfortunately, because we haven't quite hit our goal, I have to continue begging. All I want to do is science, but unfortunately, it takes money to do science. It takes money to keep our servers turned on. It takes money to pay our graduate students. And so our goal is $36,000 in 36 hours. We are currently sitting at $31,000, 576. We just had another $10 come in, and every $10 matters. To help incentivize your donations, we've had a bunch of different people say, we will help. We have a variety of different door prizes. Jeff Notkin, one of the meteorite men and a dear friend of the show, he has donated for every person who gives us $2,000 or more these absolutely amazing palisite crystals that have been embedded in lucite to protect them. This is a piece of space that fell from the sky, hit the earth, and then got prettied up. I think that looks pretty good for something that fell through the atmosphere. And this can be yours as a gift from Jeff for your donation of $2,000 or more. So far, we are in a position where Jeff is going to get to ship 3 of these, and he said he'll ship them around the world. We are just a few donations of $2,000 away from being done. Can you find someone to make this their own and help make it so that we can just talk science for the rest of this Hangoutathon? Because really, that's all I want to do is talk science. In addition to having this admittedly high price tag giveaway, we have for any of you who've taken the time to either do science or donate. Every dollar and every image annotated counts the same. We have a variety of prizes. We have 7 meteors that we're giving away. We have 2 prints from Indigo Night that will depict the sky over the city of your choice on the day of your choice. We have 2 gift certificates for $200 from iTelescope. This includes getting to use the 24-inch Henrietta Leavitt Annie Jump Canyon Jocelyn Bell Burnell telescope out at Siding Spring Observatory. And there are a variety of other telescopes scattered around the world. We also have 5 books, Your Place in Space, donated by Sarah Willis. We have 5 pendants or posters, if you'd rather have a poster, donated by Amy Davis Roth, the artist behind Surly Ramix, otherwise known as Surly Amy over on the Twitters. We have 5 32-gigabyte jump drives coming to you from Youngstown State University. These have the CosmoQuest logo on them. We've been using them to send around the Cosmic Castaways Planetarium show. And, you know, I bet we can get Annie to include the Cosmic Castaways show on the drive if you are the one we send it to. And finally, we have 10 soundtracks from the brand new Firefly video game that's coming out. This is a soundtrack that is being provided by David Joseph Wesley, who's a composer, and, well, as any of you who've been watching and heard me say shiny just a few times, I'm kind of a fangirl of brown coats. My coat isn't exactly the right shade of brown, but hey, can we pretend? So can you give? Can you help us hit our goal? Can you, in the next 3 hours, help us? We're so close. Can you help us get to $36,000? We are currently sitting at $31,626.42. I love it when that number goes up when I refresh the page. I hate asking for money, but you guys are making me proud. We're not going to combat the evil arch nemesis of potato salad that got $55,000 on Kickstarter. Well, maybe we are. Midnight miracles are still possible. We go off the air at midnight Pacific. When Cinderella in Los Angeles turns into a pumpkin, can we be at 55K? I'm getting a really crazy look from my producer. I did the wrong direction of the planet, didn't I? The planet rotates the other direction. Nova Scotia. It'll be 2 hours later in Nova Scotia. We go off the air at midnight in Nova Scotia. I temporarily forgot which way our planet rotates. Can we be at 55,000? If not, that's okay. Our awesome Weekly Space Hangout crew has said they're going to work on putting together a cookbook of recipes for potato salad to raise money for CosmoQuest. Wow. So joining me now, we have a new guest who's probably tired of hearing me prattle on, begging for money because he wants to talk science. We have Tom Gordon coming to us from Sydney. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's right. Yep.
So thank you. It must be early in the morning there at this point.
No. We've had time to have our coffee. We're all good. It's about 10 o'clock here.
Okay, so you are a business person late in the morning, and then astronomers. Well, I'm awake.
Yeah.
So Sydney is a fabulous city. Actually, one of your folks, Richard Saunders, is the reason I have this spoon. He's a magician who can bend spoons, and I couldn't figure out how he was doing it, so I stole one of his spoons, and I still don't know how he was doing it. Anyway,
I'm surprised he gave you one that was not bent.
He didn't really have a choice. I took it.
Oh, right. It's all in the mind or the wrist. I don't know which one of them. Probably one of them.
So welcome, Tom. Where are you coming to us from there in Sydney?
So I'm from the Sydney University, and I'm at the School of Physics, and my job is to talk to high school people, high school students about experiments that they have in their syllabus. We bring them into our lab. I'll just give you a quick tour of our lab here. This is our second-year lab where the second-year students do their experiments. Look at that. Beautiful.
That's an amazing space.
Isn't it cool? So this is where our second-year students do their experiments, and we bring high school students in here to do some experiments that they have in their syllabus. Sometimes they don't have access to them at their school. Sometimes the teachers don't know how to use them. The students don't know how to use them. They have them, but they're broke. All of that sort of stuff. We see about a quarter of all students that sit the physics exam in New South Wales, which is close to about 3,000 students every year. It's pretty cool.
That's kind of amazing, and you're leaving me kind of broken for a moment thinking about what an amazing opportunity that is for these students. First of all, that's one of the best physics lab setups I've seen.
I know, isn't it cool?
I've worked at Harvard, I've spent a lot of
facing
time at MIT. That's gorgeous.
There you go. I'll face that way. There you go. Lovely.
So we had a challenge earlier that I'm going to pitch to you that someone just actually posted the solution, and I'm going to see if you can get it because I didn't. Someone made a donation of $56.70 and said bonus points if you can figure out what physical constant this is. And I have to admit, I had a moment of, huh?
Oh, that's the wavelength of 567. That'd be the wavelength of red light, I think. I might be a bit off there.
Red light's more getting towards the
yeah.
more thousands than that.
Yeah, right.
No, this is actually the Stefan Boltzmann constant.
Ah, of course.
that was kind of my, oh, dang it, how did I forget that? It has the crazy units of watts per meter squared, Kelvin to the 4th. So this this is one of my favorite do your unit checking students, because how many times do you raise temperature to the power of 4? And always remember, Kelvin is your friend.
Kelvin to the power of 4. You don't hear that often enough, do you?
No, you don't. But maybe we should. Maybe we should hear it more often, especially here in this International Year of Light. And temperature is what gets us at the color of light, after all.
Yeah.
So I'm still just kind of speechless at how awesome your laboratory facility is. So how is it that you reach out to the students and open up the opportunity for them to step into your lab?
It came out of a few years ago. We had a change of syllabus here for the high school students, and it was such a big change that teachers threw their hands up and said, we don't know how to teach that. And they called out to us and they said, please help us. We don't have the equipment, we don't have the expertise, please, show us how to do it. So we ran a few workshops, and then the teachers after that were very impressed with the way that we we did that. So we started inviting the students in as well, and that was about 14, 15 years ago. So it started from teachers not knowing how to deal with the syllabus that they were given, and now it's going to change again. So we're going to have more challenges. But yeah, we've been doing this for about 14 years because the teachers asked for it.
So
and it's
we're going
a
to
unique
break away
program.
from
I
this.
don't. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm going to interrupt you for a moment because this is one of those crazy days where we actually had apple cider. At least I think that's how you pronounce this Twitter handle. In the last hour, we talked about how there was a potato salad recipe that raised $55,000 on Kickstarter, and it's now our arch nemesis because we're only trying to raise $36,000. And we told someone, hey, can any of you create a black hole sucking in potato salad? And they did it. And there's actually a meme version of this as well. It says, potato salad sucking black holes exist. Donate to CosmoQuest, and it has the donation link. And I just wanted to say thank you. That's awesome. But what you're doing is in a very different way, very awesome too. So you had this realization that there's teachers out there that have equipment, that have labs, they're trying to get their students engaged, and I mean, let's face it, it turns out that a lot of the teachers that are teaching physics, they don't have backgrounds in physics. They don't know how to use this lab equipment.
Exactly. So we see a lot of teachers that come through with their students who are taking notes on the stuff that we say, and the people delivering the content here are generally second, third year students at university. So they're not that far removed from high school students, yet the teachers are still taking notes because they don't have the expertise. We get a lot of, I mean, there are some fantastic science and physics teachers, but more often we see some PE teachers or sport teachers taking the physics class, or some schools just have one teacher, one teacher that does it all. Or a single science teacher that has to teach 5 different classes from chemistry, environmental science to physics and everything else. Yeah, so they some of them get a lot out of it, and I'm trying to make it more relevant and beneficial for the teachers as well. Like, we focus on the students a lot, but I'm also trying to change the program we deliver so that teachers can get stuff out of it.
And this is something that we've talked about a lot throughout this Hangoutathon. We had Susan and Chuck Rule from Telescopes for Tanzania on earlier, and they were talking about how even there in Wisconsin, they were encountering teachers that had just never quite thought through the fact that the sun is a star. And it's...
Yeah.
When you're the gym coach who perhaps has a degree in kinesiology, physics isn't exactly your forte, but sometimes that's what you find yourself teaching.
And we see a lot, even physics teachers or science teachers, they get a little bit afraid of the physics syllabus. There's no reason to. That's me though. I did physics. So some of them are quite intimidated by the physics syllabus. So we try and show them the stuff that we have, which is related to the stuff they have, and exactly how to use it, and exactly why we use it, etc. as well. Yeah, it's good fun. Like, my job is amazing. I get to sit in my office and write programs for students, and then all of a sudden I've got an idea, so I just come up here to the lab, tinker away with something, and make a new experiment. Good.
Now, I know some of the labs that we try and get into the schools include everything from your basic crashing a couple of carts together to rolling marbles down ramps to recreate Galileo's experiment. It's that basic, tangible, make loud noises, disrupt everything, and calculate what's going on kind of lab. This is what we do. What opportunities are you able to open up for your students?
So essentially, like, I've just loaded this so you can see. All these experiments here, all these benches have experiments on them, and we open up pretty much all of those to our high school students. The second year syllabus is not exactly, but there are definitely similar elements to what they study in second year and what they study in the final year of high school. So we get to use a lot of the experiments. So, for example, it's not going to make much difference, but over there, that's a setup where we look at the photoelectric effect. And
That's cool.
It's a second-year experiment, and we do it with our Year 12s. We've got over there, I won't take you there because of the light, but we've got a superconductor experiment. We've got a telescope. We've got J.J. Thomson and his experiment over there, a Hertz experiment. We do a lot of stuff in the syllabus, and we use the stuff in this lab for the high school students.
And for those of you out there listening,
they walk in here and their eyes just light up, and it looks like physics. Cool.
And for those of you out there listening who don't know these names that we're casually dropping, these experiments we're casually mentioning, the photoelectric effect is what actually got Einstein his Nobel Prize. People always think relativity, relativity, relativity. No, he actually got that original Nobel Prize for being the person who figured out that light comes in different individual energies, and it's that individual energy of the photon that can cause an electron to get ejected from an atom or not ejected from an atom. And that's Nobel Prize winning science. The J.J. Thomson experiment, I believe that one also led to a Nobel Prize. So you're giving your students the chance to do for themselves what in the past, well, earned scientists Nobel laureates.
And we don't let the students leave without knowing that either. They're aware that of all these people because it's in their syllabus, but the fact that they can get their hands on it and do the experiment that was done a couple of 100 years ago. There's actually another one. This is one of my favorites up there. You can see about there. There's a cosmic ray experiment, and it's very, very sensitive. So when some students are doing that experiment, the cosmic ray experiment, down there we have another experiment with lots of sparks. So if I time it right, these guys will be doing their experiment, I set off some sparks, and their data shows a neutron star very close.
That's a great way to mess with your students.
Yeah.
I just want to interrupt and say we are now at let me make sure it hasn't updated. We are now at $31,936. We're so close to $32,000. We're so close to our $36,000 goal. Just as a reminder, we have some amazing giveaways. I'm not going to go down the list. I will mention the awesomest one because we're within reach of if two people donate $2,000, I can pretty much say, I love you, and just talk science. If you donate $2,000, and I'm not expecting anyone to, but if you do, we have these amazing slices of palisite, a mineral that comes from meteorite. This is a rock that fell out of the sky, got sliced and polished and made all pretty just for you, well, potentially just for you, and then was embedded protectively into a pyramid of lucite. This can be yours if you donate $2,000 to Astronomy Cast as a gift of thanks direct to you from Jeff Notkin. What did I say? I said Astronomy Cast. I meant CosmoQuest. Sorry. It's been a long day. Astronomy Cast is my other baby. It works as part of CosmoQuest, but you do want to be donating right now to CosmoQuest. So you're basically opening doors for people who don't otherwise have awesome opportunities to do science. Do you find that you're changing these kids' perspective on science as you give them the chance to do real research?
Yeah, a couple of great comments I've had is there was a young lady who came in here to do one of our physics workshops, and I heard her mumble under her breath during the workshop. She said, "Oh, I hate physics. I don't like this. This is rubbish. I'm bored. Let's go eat." Stuff like that. But at the end of the 2.5 hours that she was here, she walked up to me, and she was in about year 10, I think. So she was around 15 or 16, and you can imagine, just didn't want to be there. Walked up to me, arms crossed, and just basically spat the words at me. But the words were, "I didn't like physics before, but now I do. Thanks," and walked out. It was brilliant. I don't think it gets any better praise than that.
No, I just love the, well, you made me like it. I hate you. That is Such
I
a
know.
teenager thing to do. It's glorious.
Yeah, that went straight into the brag file, that's for sure.
Now,
Spelt with a double G, by the way, brag.
so, what do you find is the kids' favorite experiment that they get to do?
Meissner effect, without a shadow of a doubt.
I don't know that one. What's that?
So it's superconductivity. So we have a yttrium barium copper oxide superconductor here, and a couple of really strong magnets. You cool the ceramic, the superconductor, right down to about 77 Kelvin or 90 Kelvin or something like that, and then magnets will levitate on top of it. We have a couple of demonstrations of that. We have no idea how it works, but it looks cool.
Are these ceramic magnets, or are these
yes,
really
ceramic magnets? Yep. So we have a ceramic superconductor and a ceramic rare earth magnet. Yeah, I forget, because I see this thing most days, right? But I forget that it's levitating, and it's pretty close to magic, because we don't know how it works. We'll get there one day, but at the moment we don't know. When students see that, it's phones come out instantly. You get lots of comments, and yeah, it's pretty cool.
It's really amazing how much we still don't know about the things that we're able to do in a laboratory.
Yep.
Superconductors are just one of the many different things still waiting for understanding. How do you get your kids to understand there's still so much left to be discovered?
Well, with the Meissner effect, it's actually very, very difficult, because the syllabus will give an answer that's essentially a model for what's going on. And it's a model because we don't know the real answer. We really don't. I get asked all the time, so how does that work? And my answer is, I don't know. So the students will get tested on how it works, but it's a model. And with all models, there are inaccuracies, and there are misconceptions, and so it gets very difficult to explain to them how things work, because we don't know how it works.
So the way to think of this is kind of like back in the days where Kepler had finally figured out the equations to explain how planets orbit the sun.
Mm-hmm.
We got the whole elliptical thing going. We knew what the math, but we didn't yet know the why of the math. It took Newton to come along. We haven't had a Newton or an Einstein yet to explain superconductivity. Maybe part of why we're struggling so much to get it to happen at room temperature.
Yeah, sure. And I'll show you, this is our other favorite experiment. This is, I'm sure you can recognize that. That's just a Dobsonian telescope, yeah?
That's cool.
And it's got this thing on the end, which is, it's a funnel that I got from the hardware shop.
That's a sun filter.
Yeah, and on the front is some sheets from the back of an LCD screen, from a computer screen that didn't work. And when you click it in there, it's literally a projection screen for the sun. So we can take that outside, have a look at the sun, and you can see sunspots on it. You can see how fast the sun moves around. You can see all sorts of different things. The students absolutely love it, because it's one of those things. Again, I see it every day, but you forget that people don't see that every day. So they look in there, and then they look at the top of the telescope to see where the sticker is. They want to know where the sticker is. But it's not sticker. It's actually, and they say, oh, it's dirty. That's got lots of dots on it. No, they're sunspots, and they're about the size of 3 Earths put together.
I love the sun funnels. They're one of my favorite ways of sharing the sun, because especially in a telescope like that, you're not in danger of anyone looking directly at the sun, and it really gives you a chance to start to see the roiling edges of our sun, a star that is very active and doing amazing things that change from moment to moment and change from day to day.
Yep.
I do want to interrupt and say we are past $32,000. We're sitting at $32,056.42. We are so close, people. We have 2 hours and 34 minutes left. Am I doing that right? Yes, because the next hour is 8, 8 to 9, 9 to 10. We have 2 hours and 33 minutes left. We can get the $36,000, I think, I hope, maybe, please. Can we get there? I'm sure you have someone left that you haven't asked. Do you like your Wi-Fi connection? It was actually a group in Australia that figured out and now hold the patent for Wi-Fi. Just the fact that you buy Wi-Fi routers helps fund science, although there were some lawsuits involved in making that one happen that enabled Wi-Fi.
Yep.
If you like your Wi-Fi connection, you should donate to science. And hey, CosmoQuest, we're here. We want to teach you. We want to invite you to join us. And, you know, if you don't have any money left to give, I get that. You may have heard me earlier saying that I'll support Telescopes for Tanzania by always doing their logo graphics. That's what I have that I can give. In my piece of paper. For a donation of $300 to $1,000, any of your donations that fall in that range, the one that is largest in that range, you will get a pair of Converse All-Stars in the size that fits the feet of your choice that are painted with amazing astronomy art. She is a truly beautiful artist, and I really hope that you will give and help her, well, share her art. She's the person who created Chuck the Squirrel that we share out with our Chuck Facts. So I keep interrupting you. I'm so sorry. So you keep bringing in kids, you keep bringing in teachers, we keep bringing in money. It's all good, I hope. What has been the most amazing thing that so far you've gotten to experience? That moment that makes it worth it to you that you're doing this.
In my job, because I've got a couple that happened before this job. And
go for it. Whichever one matters the most.
So one, I did a course called Science Communication, and that was with a place called Questacon. I'm not sure if you've heard of Questacon. It's in Canberra, the National Science and Technology Centre. I did a science communication course there for a year, just over a decade ago, and that was one of the coolest years of my life. We got to travel all around Australia, talking science to as many kids as possible, thousands and thousands of kids. Brilliant experience. The other one I got to do, and this is a total brag, I don't get to talk about this one enough, is I went on the European Space Agency Student Parabolic Flight Campaign. That was when I was studying in France. Unbelievable. It's the Vomit Comet, basically. The European version of the Vomit Comet goes up and down in a parabola 36 times in a row. That's why they call it the Vomit Comet. So we got to do an experiment on that and experience about the same time, all up, of microgravity as Alan Shepard did when he was a Mercury astronaut. The best experience of my life, and all through science. You know, I was studying science. That was studying space science and stuff, and I was just lucky enough to get on the team to do that. Brilliant.
That is absolutely amazing.
Yeah. You don't forget that.
Go ahead. What was that?
No, that's fine.
I'm getting the message that our next guest is now in the green room, Amy Shira Titel. But before we invite her in, what one message would you want our audience to walk away with today? What one thing do you want to make sure they remember?
I'm going to steal a quote that was given just last night. Actually, we had an event last night at the Sydney Opera House where Stephen Hawking was beamed in to the Sydney Opera House in a 3D hologram. He's over in his office, and they beamed him in, and his last words were, "Be curious." So I'm going to go with that, spoken from the man.
That is awesome. Thank you so much for joining us. And where can people find you online if they want to learn more?
So we are at Kickstart Physics, is what we're called. Basically, I'm the only one of those, so you can find me there. My Twitter is Gordeauz, Gordeauz, like Bordeaux, the town, but with a G and a Z.
Thank you so much, Tom. It's been really great, and you're doing amazing things. And keep doing them, and keep changing kids' life by sciencing at them.
As are you, Pamela. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So just to sum things up, we are now, I love when I refresh the page and the numbers go up. We're at $32,176. We are $100 up from where we were last time I looked at this screen. We are inching ever slower, ever closer and closer, ever so slowly towards our $36,000 goal. You can help us get there. We have 2.5 hours left, and I have this horrible feeling in my heart because I remember a couple of days ago someone was taunting me on Twitter saying, I'm going to give, but I might wait to the end. I have this horrible feeling that there's some of you waiting to see how much is left at the end, and you're going to keep me in suspense. But that's okay. I love you anyways, and my heart probably needs the exercise. So we have coming to join us next is Amy Shira Teitel, who is the smallest bundle of science knowledge I have ever met face to face. She and Tanya from NRAO there's this fabulous picture we got of the two of them and Fraser, who's right around 6 foot tall, and they're like little tiny humans that looks like Munchkin Land. But the thing is, this little tiny body is filled with knowledge of the Apollo era, of all of the things that people share and trade, and you're here, so I can stop talking about you. Amy, you are awesome, and you are tiny, and you are doing TV, and they make you stand on crates.
They make me stand on crates. Am I muted? Can you hear me?
No, we can hear you just
Excellent.
fine.
Hi, Pamela.
Hi.
Yeah, no, it's true. I'm 4'11", and when I have to stand next to someone like Trace, who is 6 feet tall, I have to stand on 2 boxes, which really just makes it look like I have super long legs, I assume, because like my navel is at his chest height or something.
It makes you
world
look
of TV.
It makes you look like you're one of those supermodels in magazines that are 2/3 leg.
Right.
They're just
well, then I'll
faking
take
it with. Yeah, exactly.
Faking it with a lot of boxes stacked up.
So you have a book coming out.
I do have a book coming out. It's coming out in September in the UK and January in the US. So still a bit of a ways away. But yeah, you can pre-order it on Amazon. It's called Breaking the Chains of Gravity. I should have put that in my lower third. Breaking the Chains of Gravity. It's coming out from Bloomsbury Sigma, which is a science imprint under Bloomsbury. And it's kind of telling, I won't say the story of spaceflight before NASA, but it's a story of spaceflight before NASA, because the entire story would probably take up like an entire Encyclopedia Britannica's worth of volumes. So my book is really, it's definitely, educational, of course, but it's, oh, there it is. The book is really aimed for the layman, like the person who's really interested in spaceflight but doesn't necessarily want all the nitty-gritty details and maybe doesn't know enough to get into all the nitty-gritty details. For me, my hope is that it sort of inspires people to be a little bit more curious about the fact that there was interest in space before we had NASA, that NASA wasn't created in this vacuum to suddenly go to the moon, that it has this deep roots of rocketry and spacecraft development and astronaut training and the bureaucracy, and it all kind of comes together to create what we know under this little meatball logo. But that had to happen over decades, so it's looking at that story. It's actually really interesting. We forget about the fact that NASA has real roots.
And people all know about Warner von Braun, but it's not just all Warner von Braun. And I want to say I refreshed the donations again, and we're $100 ahead again. Thank you for keeping to donate. We're getting there. We have less than $4,000 to go at this point. $3,724 to hit our mark. We're closing in on completion. Now, we all have heard of Warner von Braun, not Warner von Braun. We've all heard of Goddard. Goddard is the person I meant to say. We've all heard of Goddard and Warner von Braun, of course.
Yeah.
So what other names do we need to know that we just don't know about?
Pete right here. For those of you who have seen all my Pete pictures on the internet. There's a lot of familiar names. I mean, Von Braun is undeniably one of the biggest parts of it, just because when you talk about the history of the rockets as they were the ones that launched the first men into space, it really does come down to Von Braun and sort of the V2 coming up with the Redstone and kind of that whole development. But there's other people, like from the bureaucracy side. A lot of people, I think, should know who Hugh Dryden is. He was the deputy director or deputy administrator of NASA under the first 3 presidents until his death in 1965, and he played a significant role in sort of assimilating the Nazi technology that was brought over after the Second World War into U.S. Aeronautical science. He was the director of the NACA, the National Advisory Committee for Aeronautics, which is basically NASA's predecessor organization. So then you have that sort of facet of the story. Max Faget is a familiar name to a lot of people. It sort of developed the blunt body concept that became the basis of the Mercury spacecraft, but so did Alan Eggers at Ames. Scott Crossfield is sort of familiar to some people, and Harrison Storms maybe the two big players in developing the X-15 aircraft.
And
so there's a lot of
we
people
have
that
another $100. We are now at $32,826. More science. Keep sciencing. You're bringing in the dollars. I blame you in good ways.
All the science, fund the science. Yeah, so it's familiar names, and just maybe in less familiar contexts, because it's not NASA. It's what they did before NASA and how it sort of slowly fed into NASA.
What was the biggest surprise that you found while you were doing your research?
In terms of material?
Or in terms of like the story you never heard that you were so glad that you were going to get to finally tell?
There was a lot of really interesting intersection of historical figures. So the way I've sort of done this, like I said, it's designed to be a readable story for people as opposed to a tome. So I kind of have a handful of historical figures that I really focus on. And as I'm researching this, I realized that they cross paths in some really fortuitous ways in terms of telling a story. Like Hugh Dryden went to Germany in the end of the Second World War to interview scientists, and among them he interviewed Wernher von Braun and Walter Dornberger about the V2 program. And to get into Germany at the time, because it was still an active theater of operations, they had to go through General Eisenhower, who of course created NASA because he wanted a civilian as opposed to military space agency. So you have all these characters who you need to have in this story, just conveniently crossing paths in 1944 and then sort of running parallel in all these things. Sort of like, oh yeah, it's like, I mean, sort of, I feel like it's with any field. Like it's a large field, there are a lot of players, but some of the key people kind of keep finding themselves together, and it was just interesting to see how it was actually quite tightly knit. And there's a reason that some people, you keep seeing the names because they were really involved in a lot of things that became very pivotal once we did start becoming a spacefaring nation.
And it's not just an American story. It's a story of people from all over the world coming together in America. And yeah, the Nazis played a part, but I mean, today it's still something that we're an immigrant nation. And Elon Musk, who is our modern-day hero of spaceflight, he is a South African, and I'm sure you must have encountered other interesting cases of people migrating to find the place they could best do space science.
Yeah, there are a lot of cases of, I mean, a lot of them are German, Austrian, sort of coming out of the Second World War in that field, but there are definitely a lot of people from different parts of the world for whom the United States was the wealthiest and most technologically progressive nation in sort of the mid-century, actually looking to develop things like spaceflight and develop rockets and newfangled sort of boost glide vehicles for spaceflight, maybe, all sorts of projects that never got off the ground. So there is a very large, and Canada, go team, of course the huge Canadian contingent that came down to the United States after the Avro Aero project was canceled in 1959. The United States just offered all of these people with these dreams of going into space an outlet to do that, which just didn't necessarily exist in many other places. Sort of America in the 1950s and 60s had this beautiful confluence of having a lot of money and interest in industry and an adversary to put all of that effort towards beating. I mean, it's like it's a weird thing that you're probably never going to see that happen again, but it worked out for a lot of people who want to get into space.
It's true. It's that whole problem of when you have multiple enemies, somehow it calms things down. Here in America, we have Democrats and Republicans and watch them war. Back with the space race, it was America and Russia. Today, there are so many players all working to move ahead, and it makes a whole lot of more meh. And meh isn't a good place to be, but it's where we are.
Yeah, which I think is why you see a lot of people sort of talking about how we need to retain the spirit of Apollo, which I think is kind of a difficult thing to say, only because that's sort of saying that you want to get back into a Cold War setting where you have to be, you know, where you need that adversary. And I mean, I get that, because you're right. When you have something to unite people against, it's a powerful way to bring people and ideas together. But at the same time, saying that to retain that the spirit is one thing, but saying that we need to sort of revise that model is sort of like, that brings with it a whole lot of other things that I'm obviously too young to have experienced, but know that I would probably not like to experience it.
Now, we're both post-Apollo babies, and I can't tell you how many times I've been at some sort of an astronomy conference, and I'm sure you've had this exact same experience. And you're sitting there, and because it's astronomy, it's inevitably a whole bunch of guys, and they're all older, and they start telling their stories of where they were when we landed.
Yeah.
Now, you're an expert.
Yeah, somehow that...
How do you get these guys to listen to you when you're like, no, this is what happened?
So I've actually had, here's just a little anecdote about sort of how these conversations usually go. I went to the Apollo 13 45th anniversary event in San Diego 3 weeks ago, and it was just like one of those things where I couldn't believe the men in that room. Like, I met Gene Kranz, which was super exciting, and I met Jim Lovell, who I've always wanted to meet, and I was so excited. And there's always that sort of moment of, I'm obviously too young to have been there. Questionably whether or not I would know their stories. So what I always do is ask a very pointed question about some very obscure aspect of some program or of their lives. So with Jim Lovell, I asked him about the 2-day seaworthiness test of the Apollo command module, where he, and I forget who else was there, but he and 2 other guys just had to stay in the CM for 2 days at sea. They started at stable 2, which is upside down, so they're hanging from the straps, wait for the thing to right itself, and then just like wait it out to see what would happen if they were in the situation where they splashed out and they couldn't get back. So that's a really weird thing that a lot of people don't necessarily know that Jim Lovell was a part of, or know that even had to happen. So I sort of mentioned, as one of those things you kind of walk over and he's talking to a couple other people, and he mentioned something about splashdown. I was like, oh yeah, what about that seaworthiness test in '67? And he looks at me and sort of had that moment of like, okay, you know what you're talking about. And then he sort of warmed up and was really pleased to share sort of more detailed things as opposed to just rehashing the common stories. So for me in those situations, it's always bringing out some little tidbit that is proof that I've actually, I do all my own writing stunts. I read all the reports. I read all the technical papers as I can manage, and bring all that to the fore when I meet these guys.
That's absolutely awesome. And I just want to say what's also awesome is we're now at $32,472.79. We lost our 42 cents, guys. Someone needs to do the math to figure out how to get from 79 cents back up to 42 cents and donate some amount that ends in the correct amount of change to bring our 42 cents back. I know these are silly things, but hey, it's 42. $32,472 out of our goal of $36,000. And you continue to science, you continue to tweet. I see it all flying by on my screen, and you make me happy. The idea, however, of dangling from straps in a little tiny space with 2 other humans and then floating in the ocean for 2 days just makes me nauseous to think about.
Yeah.
And they tortured these guys.
Jim Lovell said that even as a Navy man, he was pretty sick on that one.
And spacesuits are not. I mean, you're kind of trapped at that point.
Yeah.
There's certain places you don't want to be sick.
Yes. I mean, this is a very small space, and I think one of the reasons that these guys could survive for 2 weeks in a command module without going completely crazy is that you have the benefit of being in microgravity where you can float to the top, and then your space becomes volume, not just, lying in a couch. But when you're stuck there at sea, they had to wait for 5-foot swells, I think, was the sort of cutoff point. So they're in, like, real rolling waves and just hanging out, and I don't know whether, like, what their bathroom setup was like. I mean, it was obviously like using a bag, vomiting, Apollo rations and stuff. I mean, that just sounds like the most unpleasant test. It's a job, these guys are pros, they do their job, but it's just like, yeah, that's the, we kind of think of astronauts as being so super glamorous and like they get to go to the moon and it's amazing, and it is amazing, but there's, it's
but they also get to poop
like
in Ziploc bags.
Really
they poop
unglamorous.
In bag.
Yeah. Tape a bag to your person and use it as your toilet, and then zip it up and store it. There's a lot of really unglamorous aspects to space life. Yeah. Which is one of those things that I like drawing out in those live tweets, is like looking at the way they just discuss their sort of everyday, like, oh, we're going to do another urine dump. Oh, look at my pee. Yep. When it comes right down to it, these are just a bunch of guys going to the moon, killing time before they get there.
Now, you actually did something really awesome to help celebrate the Apollo anniversary. You tweeted as though it were a live event. What inspired you to do that? Because that was brilliant.
Well, thank you. That's actually the 4th live tweet I've done on the 45th anniversary of a flight. I started with Apollo 8 last Christmas, and my rationale for that was Apollo 8, of course, the first mission to the moon, not the first landing, but it's such a great mission, and I thought, instead of writing another commemorative article about why it was great and putting up that same famous Earthrise picture we all know, why not do something to actually see what it was like to be on that mission? And people liked it. So then I missed 7 and 9 because I wasn't organized enough. But I did, 10, 11 was very popular, of course. 12 was a lot of fun because the crew was fun. And I knew 13 would be a really interesting one because we've all seen the movie. And we all sort of have a sense of like, oh, there's a big explosion. Oh, we're bending oxygen. Oh, let's do this. And then, hour and a half later, the credits are rolling. But it didn't happen like that because it's not Hollywood. And it was so interesting to actually go through play by play how this disaster unfolded, because it wasn't an instantaneous knowledge and an instantaneous decision to, all right, guys, we're canceling the moon and we're using the LEM as a lifeboat. It was
so I have to point out, I love the way we phrase things in astronomy, because you just said we're canceling the moon, and these are the kinds of things that we say in my office all the time. Hey, have you got Vesta over there? Yes, I keep asteroids in my pocket.
Yeah. So what does it mean for an astronomer to say we're canceling the moon?
So with us, it usually means we're canceling an imaging run. What does it mean when you say we're canceling the moon?
Well, they never expressly said it on Apollo 13, but they canceled the moon landing after they realized that they weren't going to have power to actually run both spacecraft for a lunar landing mission. It was just sort of very slowly they switched from nominal mission into survival mode and kind of rolled with the punches for a lot of hours, like almost 100 hours of, really, the movie makes it look like it was a pretty quick trip because you know, halfway through and you have the setup and then the explosion, but really it was almost 100 hours of like taking it as it came, figuring out what each new alarm was bringing, what new procedures were needed to save the day, and it was fascinating to read that transcript.
I can't imagine that 100 hours. That's more than 4 days.
Yeah.
And I mean, the phrase I've often heard is anyone can tolerate anything for 2 days. So going home for Thanksgiving, it's tolerable if you leave Saturday.
Yeah.
This was Thanksgiving when you arrive Wednesday night and the turkey's already on fire and it took the garage with it.
Yeah, this is not the ideal way to spend 3.5 or 4 days, and It's amazing. I haven't listened to all of the audio clips, but the ones that I have heard, it's really impressive to hear how calm the crew sounds. Like there isn't a lot of obvious panic in their voice, despite the fact that Jim Lovell did tell me last week or a few weekends ago that he took his biomed sensors off in part so that people would know how scared he was, and whether or not that is sort of, you know, bringing retroactive feelings to the fore or not. But yeah, he said that like they could have, you know, curled up like fetuses and waited for a miracle to get them home, or they could have just switched into leadership mode and figured out what to do next. And it was just this very professional, everything was extremely precise.
And sometimes you do
That's why you can't send anybody into space. I think a lot of people might dissolve under that kind of pressure.
It's one of the whole problems with Mars One. I heard someone earlier in this hangout make the great comment of, I'd love to go to Mars, just not with Mars One.
Yeah. Yeah, Mars One is I mean, the model of the funding, aside from all the fact that the technical aspect, to me, doesn't seem to exist yet, but the model of funding of sort of getting most of the money through advertising research during the broadcast of the mission. The best analogy we have for something like this is the Apollo program, which had its peak funding in 1966, and was really starting to lose money by the time the landings went. Like, you need that money in the years leading up to developing the technology. So how they're going to get all that money, knowing that the bulk of their research comes when they broadcast what would be a complete frightening disaster live on TV. I mean, that to me is sort of the biggest stopping block, aside from all the other obvious stopping blocks.
Right. So here we are. Different people have different personalities. We all deal with emergencies fairly well. I had my great moment of figuring out how you react in a disaster in graduate school when we had massive flooding in the city of Austin, and we ended up having to evacuate a whole bunch of horses out of floodwater. And I watched some people panic, and I was with a World War II cavalry officer wading into waist-deep water to go rescue our horses from where they had gathered on top of a small hill, barely being kept from being washed away.
Yeah.
Different people react in different ways depending on your personality is. I have no clue how I'd react in orbit. I doubt I'd be quite as calm as I was in floodwaters because I understand floodwaters.
Yeah.
But
you can swim through floodwaters and still be breathing. You can't swim home from 3/4 of the way to the moon and breathe when you are running out of oxygen and have an excess of carbon dioxide.
But any of us who've gone to school, which I think is most of us, have seen that person that when they fail an exam, the world has ended, the tears come out. Imagine being in outer space with that person when a light bulb blows.
Yeah, this is... I love the sort of the human idea of sort of saying anyone can go to Mars because it's a human mission. This whole Mars One idea is very much like an idealistic way to look at us as a species, I think. But the reality is, like, the skill sets that those people would need in this theoretical mission are so precise that to say that anybody who likes space can go is just like, what's going to happen if... I don't know. I mean, I'm trying to think of, like, okay, you're hit by a body somehow, and like it knocks you hard enough that you break a bone. Like, what are you going to do when you have things failing on your spacecraft and you need surgery, and you're still on this path that's not going to just stop and turn around on your way to a planet with nothing, 30 million miles away from the nearest hospital?
And I think the closest analogy...
Imagine that.
the closest real-world example I can think of other than the Apollo astronauts was a number of years ago, the doctor in Antarctica during the winter. She developed breast cancer and had to do a biopsy on herself.
I don't remember hearing about that, but that is terrifying.
It really is.
Oh, that is presence of mind right there.
That's the type of person I'd want to go to Mars with.
Yeah.
That's astronaut material, and going to Antarctica for the winter, it's the same sort of complete isolation, just without the fear of oxygen deprivation.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the sort of analogy of going to Mars is akin to discovering the new world, except that when you discover a new world on Earth, you still have the benefit of air and sunshine and a protective ozone layer and food.
Yeah.
Because you can still till the land and you can have, you know, native animals to kill. You don't have that on Mars. So the ingenuity that these people would have to bring to the table, even if we do have some idea of how to withdraw what little water there is out of the soil and, you know, use that to sort of make any kind of plants for vegetation, that might not, I mean, you're not going to practice on Mars before you get there, so you need to make sure you know, have a backup plan.
Yeah, now we're actually really lucky. You brought up the whole atmosphere being useful and the magnetosphere. It's really kind of amazing that we didn't accidentally fricassee any of the Apollo astronauts.
Yeah.
I've heard stories that like they were days away quite by accident on different sides of their missions of solar flares. Is this true?
This is true, and I don't know. So there was a team. So one of my favorite parts of this story is that when the Operation Dominic was a run of high-altitude nuclear detonation tests, and among them was the famous Starfish Prime event, which was the highest altitude detonation. I can't remember off the top of my head what the weight of that bomb was, but it was big, and it was big enough that it actually enhanced the natural radiation environment around the Earth to the point that they were trying to figure out whether or not they could send astronauts through this increased radiation environment or not, because they kind of maybe messed up the chance of going to the moon. So James Van Allen, for whom the Van Allen belt is named, said, why don't we try to nuke the Van Allen belt and excite all the particles there enough so that they gain energy to dissipate and spread out away from the planet so that you don't have this concentration this concentration of radiation. And this was like just an idea that he kind of threw out there, but I mean that was one thing that they were thinking about doing. Just even if it was briefly in a conversation, that idea did come up at some point. So it just worked out that like the artificial radiation dissipated enough by the time the Apollo missions were going, and they honestly figured like, you know, it's thicker and thinner in different areas, and I don't remember off the top of my head whether or not they actually tried to pick paths that would go through thinner areas of the Van Allen belts, but they were traveling so fast at that point, they figured we're just going to punt them right on through. But they did have teams of space meteorologists, there's probably a proper word for that that's escaping me right now, monitoring solar activity just in case there was a really big solar flare, and I'm not totally sure what they could have done. I mean, I think the radiation shielding in the command module, and I might be remembering this wrong, don't quote me on this, guys, because I haven't looked into this one in a while, but I really think it was just that by virtue of having all the electronics and water and consumables surrounding where the crew actually was, that was the extent of their radiation shielding. So it would have been like hunkering. I think they could have gone in like the tunnel connecting the command and lunar module for a little bit more protection, but they weren't going to like pop out an umbrella, you know, like a cartoon and have it just bounce off. I mean, it was just one of those things that it was, I think they were going at a solar maximum, too. I think it was near a solar maximum. Yeah, because I remember when I looked into these sort of proposals of taking Apollo hardware to Venus and to Mars on these manned missions, that one of the things they've realized they would have to address was the increased radiation exposure of the astronauts and actually create a part of the spacecraft that would be more protected, because the odds on a 800-day mission of getting hit with a solar flare versus a 6-day mission were much higher. So they had to have a little bit of like a shield area for the crew.
I continue to be in awe that we haven't killed more of these amazing astronauts that we've sent into outer space.
Yeah. Well, the ISS is low enough that they're protected from the worst of it. It's really just the ones going to the moon, and their exposure was, I think, low enough. But there was one, I think it was in Charlie Duke's autobiography, that he talks about an experiment where they would put on this helmet and goggles, and they would be able to try to see flashes of solar particles, like hitting their eyes or something. I would have to look this up. But there was a thing, there was actually like some way that it was getting into the spacecraft and trying to figure out how much of this material was actually able to permeate what they were in, these tiny little light particles or something. So I don't know.
That's actually something.
I should look into that. That was an interesting little sidebar in his memoirs.
That's something that Kim Stanley Robinson brings up in. I always screw up the book. I want to say it's like 2314 or something, one of Kim Stanley Robinson's new books where they're on Mercury. That comes up as they wipe the screens on their spacesuits completely opaque and briefly look at the sun, and they can see this flickering. Yeah, I like it when it happens to people in books, not so happy when it happens to friendly
Real
astronauts.
Yeah. Yep. Just doing their government jobs.
Yeah, exactly. One of my most memorable moments was at the Lunar and Planetary Science Conference a few years ago when they announced that this was when we still were pretty sure that the Orion was going to readily go Moon, Mars, asteroid, not necessarily in that order, when we still were dreaming bigger in those pre-sequestration days. I remember, I want to say it was Jim Green, but it may have been John Grunsfeld or somebody else, said, as we make these plans, as we get astronauts back to the moon, due to radiation hazards, the astronauts who go to the moon will not be able to go to Mars as well. And I remember looking over at one of the young scientists who had it as her goal to go these both places. She just kind of shrank a little bit.
Yeah.
It was just sort of like, oh, you poor dear, but we don't want to radiate you.
Yeah, not irradiating is a good thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we're still a ways from seeing any of that happening. Maybe we'll have some really great advance in radiation protection. I don't know enough about how radiation works, but maybe some brilliant scientist will figure out a great way to keep astronauts safer so they can actually do these long duration missions without crazy increased risks from radiation. Maybe. Hopefully.
That is a plan. Now, we are currently sitting steady at $32,472, which admittedly means I haven't interrupted Amy to update the amount of money that we had, but that also means there is sad trombone playing. Folks, we've got 2 hours left to go. 2 hours left to bring in $3,538, and we're still at 79 cents. I want my 42 cents because 42, life, the universe, and everything. It's the answer we all seek. I'm gonna, before I do my full plug and spiel to please donate, I'm gonna ask Amy, who's talking about such awesome and awe-inspiring things, if you could get our audience to walk away with one idea, what one idea do you want them to have?
One idea?
Concept. Be curious was the one that the last speaker, Tom from Kickstart Physics, left us with.
Yeah, not to reiterate what you guys have just heard, but I think for me it's always be curious about where your favorite stuff comes from, because as a total history geek, I find it so important to understand the backstory and the context of everything that we've done. I mean, the Apollo program is great, and the moon landing is great, but it becomes so much more fascinating when you really look at what it took to get there and what's behind it all. So I always think, take your curiosity and push it back to see, you know, if you think this is a really fascinating idea, look at where it came from, because you're going to find something else just as fascinating, and you're just going to add to this sort of knowledge that makes you love something that much more.
That is awesome. And where can people find you?
Amy and everyone else on. How are you doing? It's good to see you.
Oh, Amy, I'm being told Frank would love it if you stay. Can you hang out with us a little bit longer?
I'll stick around for another 10 minutes or so.
Okay.
So, I was a little bit frustrated because of strange technical issues, and we can bitch, moan, and complain about that some other time. But I was more upset about getting the notification to join only about 15-20 minutes ago, well, maybe half hour ago, and I really wanted to see your video. So, oh well.
Well, it'll be archived somewhere.
Oh, I'm sure, but it was something that's like, oh wow, Amy's right before me. I'd love to watch her, but oh well, we'll figure it out next time.
Yeah, this is great.
Well, we're glad that we have you now, Frank. And
I must have a crappy Wi-Fi or something like that, but you're just breaking up just a tad.
Okay, let me see if talking closer to my mic helps. I'm not sure why it would, but nonetheless, I'm going to try that. As we move on, we just got an
And I
announcement.
think I have lost everyone.
Can you hear me,
I
Amy?
can, yeah.
Okay, I'm not
Okay,
muted or anything. So anyway, how would you like to start this, Pam? Is that you down here? I believe it is. Do you want to start this, and how would you like to open it?
Can you hear me okay, Frank?
And I'm not getting the audio.
Okay, so we're going to need him to exit and come back in. So while they work to get him straightened out, I'm just going to keep talking because that's what I do. For those of you just joining us, we are at 8:07 in the Central Time Zone here in North America, and we are working to raise money for CosmoQuest to help people learn and do science around the world. We're currently sitting at $32,572.79. That's $100 more than I think it was the last time I refreshed my screen. So continuing to give. Thank you for continuing to get us ever closer to our $36,000 goal. We have 1 hour and 52 minutes remaining. We can get there from here. We have less than $3,500 to go. Oh man, I'm doing math in my head, and I've been awake an awful lot of hours. To help incentivize you to give, we've had a group of absolutely amazing people reach out and say, I'm going to help by incentivizing the science. I'm going to help by incentivizing the donations. Every dollar, every image annotated counts the same for most of these door prizes. We have a couple exceptions. I'm going to start with those. $2,000. The Meteorite Man, Jeff Notkin, has graciously said he will gift you with a beautiful palisite slice, polished meteorite. This is a piece of rock that fell out of the sky, polished just for you. If you are someone who ever so gives us $2,000. It is embedded in lucite to keep it nice and safe. We've already given 3 of these away. I'd love to be able to give away more. We also have a gift to someone who gives between $300 and $1,000. I'm not sure why I said $1,000. $2,000 is actually where that next cutoff is. For someone who gives between $300 and $2,000, but not quite $2,000. That highest donation in that Netherlands before we get to Jeff Knott.
So much for high tech.
We are going to grant you via the wonderful artist Ceiling_Cow. We're going to buy you a pair of Converse All-Stars in the choice, and she's going to paint those with amazing astro art. She does an absolutely amazing job. This is the same artist that did our design for Chuck the Squirrel that you may have seen out on our Twitter feed. Now, everything else that we have to give away, these are going out to the people who do science and, well, give to help us keeping doing science. Every image, every dollar counts the same. 7 meteorites to give away. I have 3 of them here on my desk. This is a meteorite from Nantong Huangkai, the People's Republic of China. We have 1 like that. We have
Check 1.
We have 2 plus
Audio
4.
check.
We have 6 meteorites. These are again a gift from Richard Drum, the Astronomy Bomb, just for you. The folks over at Starry Night have said gladly throw in 3 copies of Starry Night Pro. This is teaching astronomy lab classes. This is to teach. It's beautiful. It has amazing tutorials, amazing tours through the solar system. We have 3 copies of this to give away to people who do science and people who give to help us keep doing science. Your dollars really matter. We were able to launch yesterday Mars Mappers, a new science project funded wholly by people like you. We are working now to race across this little red planet to look for places that might harbor bits of, well, organic materials. We are working to try and figure out just how old are the volcanoes, geological activity on the red planet. So the folks at Starry Night, they are incentivizing your donations that will help us do more science in the future with 3 copies of Starry Night Press. This is David, is in the wrong order, David Joseph Webb, amazing composer with 3 working on the 5 creating the soundtrack for a video game, and when it's out you will receive, if you're one of the people who are going to select at the end of the next hour as we hit the close of this hangout. Those will be sent out, and the jump drive, well, you can erase the show, use it for other things, keep the show, transfer it, but whatever you do, that jump drive, it says CosmoQuest, and will be, well, the place that you can take and put CosmoQuest in your pocket. We have had so many people help us out this weekend, more people than I'm sure I'm going to successfully remember their names, but I'm going to try. We've had helping me host the show. We had Mike Simmons on earlier. He helped host the show, bringing a little bit of Astronomers Without Borders to CosmoQuest. Last night we were carried through the midnight hour by my co-host of Astronomy Cast and the publisher of Universe Today, Fraser Kane. Helping organize this event has been Susie Murph, who works with us over at Astronomy Cast and Universe Today. Christy McGonnell from Astronomers Without Borders helped bring in bits of Global Astronomy Month and the Worldwide Star Party, where we got to chase the Terminator between a few star parties, and we have David Dickinson bringing Space Hangout crew helping us out, Nancy Graziano, Guido Bibra, Matt Woods, Richard Drum working the green room, Jim Meeks working the green room, Tom Nathy has been out there, Sylvan Westby will have helped make this project a success. With your help, we away to $36,000. We are currently at $32,000. $399, but we're back to 42 cents again. So we're getting there. You know, if we could hit $36,042, that would be an awesome place to end. And I've already said if we hit 36,000, I will happy dance. Yes. Can other people hear me? Okay, so we're having technical difficulties with our guest. I'm not quite sure what to do. The choice is I can switch to my laptop and you can have...
Hey, check one. Pam, I don't know if you can hear me.
Okay.
I guess the best thing to do is just nod, yes or no.
I can hear you. I can indeed hear you, but you need to hear me. Okay, so I'm gonna see if he can hear me on my laptop. I'm gonna mute my mic. Out. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I'm now sending signal. And clearly it's coming out somewhere.
So, can you guys hear me any better? You can't make this up. Pam, if you have my number. Okay, we'll do that. Not a big fan, but we'll do it. Stand by one. Hey. Oh, it's not working at all because the audio on my end isn't working. I'm rebooting.
Again, I would cut this out. If I was doing a vinyl project, I would cut this out and weed away the letters, the rest of it that I don't want, and just leave the red letters, use some transfer tape, and I would be able to go back and put it, after I add my green on, I'd be able to go back and put it in here exactly where I needed it to be, easily, quickly, and simply. So I hope you guys get a lot out of this and know how to split an image, be able to go in and add your own words to it, and then be able to, I gave you a couple of tips about being able to use it if you're doing a vinyl project, since I know a lot of people are interested in either making signs or doing the glass blocks or whatever. This technique works for any image, so it can be either a shape or it could be an alphabet. I wanted to show you a shape just because that was a little bit different. And if you have any other questions, please let me know. You can find me over at Let's Learn Cricut Explore Facebook group or on my blog at Scrap Me Quick Designs. Thanks a lot and have a great day. Bye.
As we learned last time, in 1900, Max Planck discovered that although light moves in Maxwell's waves, it's also absorbed and emitted in discrete amounts of energy. Einstein went on to show that this discreteness in the light waves was an attribute of the light waves themselves, not of the atoms that were emitting and absorbing them. That is, the light waves were organized into discrete quantities of energy, which Einstein called light quanta, called photons. So somehow light is both a wave and a particle. But we should be clear about what the word particle means. In this case, it does not mean hard little nugget. Instead, it means discrete and indivisible. A photon of light is a bundle of energy that cannot be split apart. It always equals Planck's constant times its frequency. What does it mean for a particle to have a frequency? Therein lies the fascinating tale of wave-particle duality. Light travels in waves. It carries its energy in waves. But when it's forced to deposit that energy on some surface or some entity, it always does so in discrete amounts at discrete point-like locations. And that discrete amount and that discrete location is the photon. That's clear, isn't it? So, maybe an example would help.
Now, not every shape comes in at exactly.
This is my green laser pen. I use it when I'm giving talks. It's very bright.
Come in at that size. So
This laser pen is a photon gun. It fires a stream of photons in a very narrow beam. The number of photons it fires is huge, but discrete. Those photons leave this gun, and they travel in a wave towards the wall. When that wave strikes the wall, the wave deposits its energies upon the atoms of the wall in discrete amounts upon discrete atoms. Those atoms then reflect those photons back outwards towards our eyes, and we see the green spot on the wall.
Anyway, so
now, let's just say that I had a knob on this laser pen that would adjust the rate at which the photons were fired. Maybe I could turn that knob all the way down so that it fired 1 photon a second. Kind of like that. And then the blinks you would see on the wall would be 1 photon each, depositing its energy at a particular discrete location with a very particular discrete energy. So, now let's crank the firing rate of this laser back up to trillions of photons per second, and we'll shine it through something that's got a bunch of tiny little slits in it, like my comb. What should we see on the wall? Presumably the beam will pass through the slits and strike the wall, and so we should see 1 green spot on the wall. But if you looked closely inside that spot, you would see the shadow of the slits. We can illustrate this by using this flashlight and a paper plate with 2 big holes in it. We can still see the flashlight beam, but only the part that's getting through the 2 holes. But now let's go back to my laser, and instead of a comb, we'll use this diffraction grating, which has got a whole bunch of little slits in it, 13,500 per inch. We'll shine that laser through this again, and we get stripes, spots. Look at that.
And notice how it is proportionately changing it. So now it's
and of course, that's exactly what you'd expect if the light were traveling in waves. You see, the waves pass through the slits in the diffraction grating. They break up into a bunch of little tiny independent waves, 1 for each slit. Those little waves move towards the wall, but as they do so, they interfere with each other, resulting in this characteristic pattern of wave interference. That, my friends, is an interference pattern. And if I take the slits away, I get 1 spot on the screen. I put the slits back in, I get the interference pattern again. How cool is this?
I can go in and...
So now let's crank our laser pen down so that it's only firing 1 photon per second.
So that it's 5 inches wide and the
what do we see?
5. So this is how you can
manipulate. We see 1 flash per second, all right. But the location of those flashes is strange. They seem to be all over the screen. It's as though the photons have no idea which direction to go. But if we accumulate all those little flashes over an hour or so, we find something really startling. We see the interference pattern.
This is a piece of dough, and this is my cookie.
Each photon travels as a wave. That wave passes through the slits and breaks into many waves, which then interfere with themselves. And yet the photon still lands at a discrete location with a discrete energy.
So I'm going to...
Where will the photon land? There's no way to know. It's completely random. The odds are that the photon's going to land where the interference pattern is bright. The odds are very low that the photon will land where the interference pattern is dim. Did you hear what I just said? I said odds. Odds. What is it that determines where a photon will land? Odds. Odds in the shape of an interference pattern. And that just makes my head hurt.
An image, it actually
And so these waves of probability propagate through space and interfere with each other, leaving an interference pattern of probability.
Image is cut out. So if I cut this shape,
the position of the photon is undetermined until that photon strikes the wall and deposits its energy. Up to that time, the position of the photon is uncertain.
Kind of the basics of what slice is.
Will be our topic for next time.
Something. So I'm going to layers panel. I have an option to duplicate.
All right, now I want you to be a little bit patient, because what you're about to hear is going to sound like another science lecture, but it's not. It's actually quite relevant to the Liskov substitution principle. In the second half of the 19th century, a German mathematician by the name of Friedrich Ludwig Gottlob Frege decided to treat mathematics the way Euclid had treated geometry. His goal was to derive all of mathematics from a few simple postulates. In 1879, he succeeded, and he published a paper whose title in English was A Formal Language for Pure Thought Modeled on Arithmetic. It was a masterpiece. Frege had created a formalism that allowed him to describe all of mathematics, integers, fractions, functions, you name it. Math from logic. Can you see where this is going? Not only could Frege describe mathematics with his formalism, he could describe virtually anything. This formalism of his resolved a whole series of problems that had plagued logicians and mathematicians for years. 23 years later, Bertrand Russell discovered the first chink in Frege's formalism. He showed that it was possible to create paradoxical statements using Frege's logical language, statements that could be proved neither false nor true.
All images, and up here in the search box,
Russell's paradox looked like this. It can be described with this simple.
Scoreline is a free image in Cricut Design Space. Everybody has access to this. So you would click on that. You're going to insert it, and now I have a scoreline that's come up. You can grab that scoreline and you can move it around.
Does the set of all sets that don't contain themselves contain itself?
If you're having trouble grabbing them, my tip is you can use the arrow keys on your computer.
Now you should hit pause and then play that over again.
And also.
And then hit pause again and play it over again.
So I'm just.
Keep doing that until you understand it.
Okay.
Or perhaps you should look at it this way. If your mother only cooks for those who don't cook for themselves,
those little gray ones are
who
kind
cooks
of leveling.
for your mother?
Think of it as a leveling tool so that you know that you have this
Or,
line.
if you want it to be really simple, this statement is false.
Is that little, see how it has a little arrow that goes around?
Clearly, the question cannot be answered. In fact, the question is caught in a logical loop. There's no resolution to that loop. If you were to write a program to solve it, that program would loop forever, cursing infinitely, and would blow the stack.
You can make it smaller. Okay? So I'm going to move this down so that my little points here are going to slice it exactly where I want, and I need to make this just a little bit smaller. So I'm going to drag that up until they're about where I want them to be.
So he has to unmute himself. Okay, can the audience, I don't see any little green thingies moving. Hello. Yes, there we go.
There we go.
So we
Technology
apparently
finally
had some.
works.
We apparently had some audio chaos there. We're not at all sure if that was us, if that was Uncle Bob. We don't know where the random woman's voice came from, and we're sincerely sorry for the confusion it created. And I feel like you punished us because we're only at $32,721.42. Love the 42 cents. It's gone? Yes, the spare voice is gone. Okay, so apparently the problem was somehow in the Uncle Bob video, which is highly confusing. We don't quite know how we got 2 YouTube videos playing at once, but somehow we did. And the quote I just heard was, "Fund us now so we can end this madness." So we sit at $32,721.42 at 8:34 p.m. Central Time. You have tuned in to the 36-hour CosmoQuest Hangoutathon. We have 1 hour and 26 minutes remaining. We are so close to our funding goal. Our goal is to get to $36,000 in 36 hours. We have 3,200 and, oh, math, you failed me, $219 to go. Can you help us get there? For those of you just tuning in, well, we have a whole lot of awesome that every image that you annotate as we race the worlds, as we ask you to help us map out the moon, Mercury, Mars, a project we launched yesterday thanks to donations from people like you. Thank you. You are helping us make more science possible. We are now working to try and finish off mapping the asteroid Vesta, because once we're done with Vesta, Ceres, and Ceres is shiny, and I mean that quite literally and in the firefly sense of the word. It is a world that has these odd, highly reflective spots that we want to figure out. We want to find out, are they the only ones? And once we're done with Vesta, you can help us figure out, well, what is next? What is the next thing for us to learn about our universe? But for now, we're just trying to get through tonight. For now, we're trying to get more funding so that we can keep launching more science and more projects. And if you give an amazing amount, if you give more than $2,000, then we will, thanks to Jeff Notkin, arrange for you to receive a beautiful piece of palisite, a slice of a meteor that fell out of the sky, came to the planet Earth, crashed violently, got picked up, got carried away, sawed apart, polished beautifully, and after the sawing, the polishing, and everything else, this gem quality, well, hunk of space rock, it got sliced, polished, and then encased in lucite. So it's kind of had a Han Solo kind of life, not carbonite, but, well, lucite in this case. If you donate $2,000, this beautiful, glorious chunk of rock, or at least one quite similar to it, will be yours. And we are now 2 $2,000 gifts away from me being able to stop asking you for money, which really, I'm a scientist. I don't want to be asking you for money. I want to be talking to you about science. If you donate between $300 and $2,000, we will be buying you a pair of Converse All-Stars, and at @ceiling_cow, an amazing young artist who just wanted to support us. All-Stars with amazing space art. So let her say thank you to you for your donation, because she's a college student and she just wants to help, and this is how she can help. We have had the folks at Starry Night and Sky Safari donate 3 copies of Starry Night Pro. This is great software that I used when I was teaching astronomy labs. We have 10 copies of the soundtrack to the upcoming Firefly video game that was donated to us by David Joseph Wesley. We have 7 meteors to give away, little tiny beautiful ones you can hang on a necklace. 2 prints from Indigo Nights, 2 $200 gift certificates from iTelescope, 5 books, Your Place in Space, written by Sarah Willis, donated by Sarah Willis. We have 5 pendants or posters, your choice, coming to you from Amy Davis Roth, our friend from Surly Ceramics. We also have 5 32-gigabyte jump drives. Any of these things can be yours if you only help us do science or donate to fund science. Every dollar, every image classified counts the same. Corey Leon, our lead programmer, is working on software that will allow us to suck in our donation spreadsheet and, well, make this part of how we say thank you tonight. Now with me, I have joining a guest who perhaps gets points for having the most technical difficulties. We have joining us now Frank O'Brien. Frank, where are you coming to us from?
Beautiful downtown New Jersey. Of course, all of New Jersey seems to be a downtown, but I'm in West Windsor, right next to Princeton.
So that is an area that is kind of where a lot of scientists have kind of lost their mind on their way to becoming physicists. It's known for being one of the hardest graduate programs in the United States with the shortest timeline to completion.
That's 100% right, and it's also the home of Albert Einstein. The
It's
Institute
one
for
of the
Advanced
homes.
Study is just down the street.
Placed his home over the years. Well, before he died, clearly. But yeah, no, a lot of really good stuff has come there over the years. Now, I'm being told you're another Apollo-era historian, and you actually worked on the Apollo guidance systems. Is that correct?
I didn't work on it, but I like to think that I've done the definitive book on it. Most of the time, you will hear a lot of Apollo history talked about in very broad brushes, where we just talk about, oh, well, a bunch of engineers put together and they built a Saturn V, and oh, a bunch of engineers built the lunar module. My background is electrical engineering, computer architecture, and because of that, I was really frustrated at the idea that no one had done that description, a technical description on the computer science and visual of how the computer works and how it fit into the mission design. About 10, 12 years ago, I met the chief designer and a bunch of other folks who worked on the Apollo guidance computer, Eldon Hall in particular, and they just kind of brushed me aside and said, oh, yeah, kid, go away. And I decided that was going to be my challenge, and so I have written the book that goes from bits and bytes to all the procedures down to the switches, checklists on how exactly how you land on the moon.
Now, I remember from when I was a kid, I had the Space Shuttle Operator's Manual and the Guide to Traveling to Mars, and that one was just all kinds of made-up stuff. But the Space Shuttle Operator's Manual was something I actually found really useful because I was a nerd, when I was at space camp. Some people go to band camp. I went to space camp. I remember it was actually really useful in helping us figure out various problems that went by. Was the book that you wrote on the Apollo guidance system another one of these neat technical paperbacks, sort of like the Space Shuttle Handbook?
Okay, first off, pardon me, I also went to space camp, but I went as an adult, and it was way too much fun. The Space Shuttle Operator's Guide was a nice little fancy broad brush. There's folk in the audience, I'm certain, who are computer architects, who have computer backgrounds, and also who are spaceflight historians. The way I like to look at this is that you start, if you're a computer geek, at the very beginning. And I do get down into some really pretty nasty, the first chapter is just hell to read, computer architecture, but it's necessary because this is how it's designed. And then I walk you all the way up through the levels of abstraction, all the way up until you land on the moon. A spaceflight person will start at the end, how you land on the moon, and then if they want to learn more and more and more as they go backwards into the details of the computer, well, after a while they might get stuck, but that's okay. And so it's designed symmetrically to come from either end. And so we have a wonderfully silly, and it's probably the most fun chapter I wrote, was on guidance, navigation, and control. And you sit there and go, oh my God, I can't understand, GNC. That's rocket science. It's,
well,
whatever.
it is rocket science, actually. And one of the things that people don't talk about that much, as has come up a few other times in this Hangoutathon, I got my PhD down at the University of Texas working at McDonald Observatory. If you ever get a chance to go check out the 107-inch telescope, it has a lot of neat history, from being one of the few telescopes that's ever been shot with a shotgun to also being a telescope. What was that?
It is Texas.
It is Texas, and it's actually the case of what happens when, unfortunately, your science goes south one too many times, or in this case, the supernova, it fails to explode one too many times. You eventually lose it and take it out on the telescope. I don't think it had anything to do with Texas, but rather the quiet desperation of waiting for a discovery. Now, that telescope also has a little tiny property of NASA sticker on it. It's no longer property of NASA, and there's actually this rather awkward moment when someone working on autopilot, as bureaucrats sometimes do, tried to come out and claim as salvage the 107-inch telescope, which was still very much in use. But this telescope was originally built out there to do lunar laser ranging and to keep track of the astronauts on their journey out to the moon. And those astronauts, while we were tracking them here on Earth, often actually working with amateur astronomers, they were keeping track of the stars. And we actually had a course, I went on to work at Harvard, we had a course that was taught at Harvard on celestial navigation because, hey, if you're lost in space, they'll always be there to help you find your way. So while the navigation system was awesome, the stars were awesome too. And from what I understand, the astronauts actually looked out the window and drew a sight on some of those stars.
The way you navigate in space, as well you're sure of, is absolutely no different than we did hundreds of years ago on ships. You have a sextant, you know where the stars are, and if you take a sighting on two different stars, you're able to figure out the first and most important part of the equation. Which way is up? From those two star sightings. From there, you take another star sighting and you can figure out the second part of the equation. Where am I? And from
right now, where we are is at $32,721, and I'm going to keep interrupting this man on a regular basis until that number goes up. We are left with 1 hour and 15 minutes, and folks, we are $3,389 away. No, sorry, $79 away from beat 200. Sorry, let me try that again. We are $3,279 away from getting to our goal, and we're so close. And I don't want to have to keep interrupting Fred because that's rude, and I'm usually not this mean and rude. But I'm trying to get you to please donate. Please help us get to our goal.
Well, I'll tell you what. If you'd like, if you want to throw in one more thing, I'll send an autographed book to whoever wants to do it. You can establish the value on that, and we'll settle out the details as far as how to get it to you and how to get it to a contributor, and we'll talk offline on that.
Well, I'd actually have you mail it directly to the contributor if that's okay.
Oh, that's perfectly fine. Sure. We'll work that out in the offline.
So we can add that into our whole list of things, unless you want to say that it has a particular value, and we can go for that.
Well, I like to think millions and millions of dollars, but that's probably a little extreme. But
I'll take it. But
decide. If you want to say $50, that's totally fine, and I'm in for that.
Someone who donates $50 in the next, we're down to 13 minutes. We'll say anytime within this hour, so we'll backdate this to when our poor guest first started trying to get into this window with us. We're currently sitting at $32,721.42, and I'm starting to frantically fuss with my pen because I'm nervous we're not quite going to make it.
Slow down when you're in a hurry.
Well, right now, I'm not sure slowing down will help us get more donations.
Oh, probably so. But still, take a breath.
So celestial navigation. We do still use sextants just as our backup system. There's no captain at sea who doesn't quite understand just that little bit of extra navigation you can get from the stars. And I think that there's probably very few astronauts who haven't looked out and tried to figure out a little bit about the stars as well as where they are related to the planet Earth. And we have a new image being brought to us up on screen. I'm being reminded coffee is for closers. We have actually gone through all of the coffee beans that were donated to our staff here trying to get through, and by staff I mean volunteers, trying to get through this Hangoutathon. Facebook.com/itsmyshow. This wonderful musician has every year supported our show by sending us his own roast of coffee beans. It's the magic elixir that keeps us going. We're trying to close this out. We're trying to close out this Hangoutathon with $36,000 in donations. I'd love the TV show The Closer. I don't think we're quite that good, but we're good. Oh, the humanity is what is now up on my screen. Can you help? Can you help us get there? All of you out there listening, who's left that you haven't asked? Who's left that you haven't cajoled into doing science? So tell us a bit more about astronavigation before I apologize in advance. I rudely interrupt you to beg for money once again.
Oh, no worries, no worries. The amazing thing is, spacecraft today, in addition to back in Apollo, and will be for forever and ever, always use the stars. It may not be through technically a sextant with a person behind it, but celestial navigation is still the prime way you navigate around the solar system. The great thing is the stars don't move. You know where the stars are. That and a little bit of like, how fast am I going, and what attitude and all the rest. Poof, you can figure yourself out where you are, where you're going. You crank in a few extra rules of Newton's laws, a little bit of orbital mechanics, and poof, the math can be daunting if you want to do it extraordinarily accurately. The basic principles are not that tough. They really aren't. It's a simple matter of which way is up, where am I, and which way am I going. And you can figure out all the laws of motion to get from the Earth to the Moon or to any of the planets with those basic understandings. Yes, the math gets a little bit gnarly toward the end.
But it's actually math
it's no.
that a good high school student can do. I've lived a weird life that's slowly coming out during this Hangoutathon. When I was in high school, I was part of an exchange program between the Special Astronomical Observatory in the Soviet Union and the Smithsonian Astrophysical Observatory in Boston, actually in my hometown of Cambridge, Massachusetts. And the exchange rate was 2 American students to about half a dozen Soviet students, and I was one of those 2 Americans that got sent over. And I got to compete in the science fair while in Russia. And I did a project on space stations. It wasn't that awesome. It got a memorable, an honorable mention in the regional science fair. But one of my friends, he actually calculated out a whole series of orbits and the amount of fuel that it would take to get out to the moon and then to go beyond the moon. This is math that a good high school student can do.
Yeah, and it may not be accurate to 5 places, but just to get the general idea, to get the solutions, it's a doable thing. Remember, the Apollo guidance computer, although it is terribly slow compared to, say, the processor on your cell phone, was doing stunning calculations. And they were meticulous, but they weren't impossible. And these equations were known for, probably 100 years. It's not an impossible task, and a good high school student with a decent calculator can do it.
And we were in the Soviet Union, so he was doing it all by hand.
Oh, well, I got my engineering stuff done with a slide rule, so trust me, I know this.
So we continue to sit at $32,733, and I'm beginning to grind my pen to the point that I'm going to go set it over there.
Yeah, put the pen down.
We are so close, people. For a few moments of hope yesterday, when we were ahead of the curve, when we were ahead of our goal of $1,000 an hour, we talked about this potato salad. The potato salad has since grown to be my arch nemesis, a point of bitterness and despair. So potato salad. There was a moment on the internet where someone said, hey, Kickstarter, I want $50 to come up with potato salad. Someone else had already gotten $2,000 for a tuna fish sandwich. He was looking for $50 for potato salad. That $50 somehow grew into $55,000, as sometimes happens on the internet. And Jeff Notkin, who's donated the amazing slices of palisite, he is actually partially responsible for the potato salad success because he shared the potato salad with Neil Gaiman, who shared it out to his followers, and thus spake potato salad. We had hoped at one point that we could best the potato salad. And Matt Woods down at Perth Observatory actually said that he would get a tattoo of the pillars of creation. Now, I really think that Matt wants that tattoo, and you are denying him this tattoo by failing to get us to 55,000. I was hoping that we could say science is more important than potato salad, but apparently we can't. But can we? If we work together, if we all use our social networks, if we all reach out to our friends, our family, the people we hate, I'll take money from people you hate. If we reach out to everyone we know and we say, hey, Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi is because of radio astronomy. Weather satellites. We're able to say those storms are coming because, well, astronomy helped us get there. Arthur C. Clarke helped us figure out geosynchronous orbits. All of this ties together. We need astronomy to inspire, to engage, to develop a more scientifically literate world. And here at CosmoQuest, well, we're working to help get you to be part of doing NASA science. But we need your help to get there. We need your help to help us keep going until we get our next large federal grant. And for the first time since 2011, NASA has finally said, we're ready to accept your proposals, and we're in the process of writing one. And it was volunteers who entirely organized this Hangoutathon for me so that I could spend my time working on that proposal and make you proud. But right now I need your help to keep us going until that earliest possible start date of October 1st. We can't get there without you. We are currently sitting at $32,808.42, and these small donations mean the world to me. We know a lot of you don't have that much to give, and one of the things I've been saying earlier is all of us have that random food in the back of our pantry that we bought thinking it would be awesome and then sort of decided wasn't as awesome as the other things out there we had that we could eat. Instead of buying lunch sometime this week, can you donate your lunch money and eat that random food in your pantry before it goes bad? I don't want to keep begging for money, and we're running out of time. We have 64 minutes left to raise, doing math in my head, $3,192. Now, I know there are some of you out there waiting to surprise me, trying to panic me, trying to get me to fall into despair. We're going to close this deal because coffee is for closers, and my God, we've drank a lot of coffee around here. Can you help? So we still have guests. We have more guests coming. In the next hour, we're going to have David Dickinson joining us so that we can look at the stars. I was hoping to spend that entire hour looking up and just sort of basking in the glory of the heavens. We're not there, but instead, I'm going to turn to the internet and say, can you help? And for now, I'm going to turn to Frank and say, you were inspired by Apollo. What would you use to inspire our audience tonight?
That's always a good question. I've just spent a couple days at the Philadelphia Science Festival, and I always meet a lot of young kids. And these are going to be the people that are going to be doing the science. They will be doing the technology. They will be developing the spacecraft. They'll be developing the technologies. And this is the thing that gives me the push. Arguably, my contributions to spaceflight are minimal compared to what theirs going to be. They're the ones that are going to be walking on the moon and Mars in 30 years. And this is the push that we need to do. Every single one of those kids, especially the young kids, all love science. We need to get women involved, young women. For some ridiculous, crazy reason, young girls go from being big science fans to being science agnostics by the time they're 14, 15. We need to fix that. And this is the kind of outreach that needs to be done. This is what I do. This is, I'm certain, the kind of work that you folk are doing. You need to get them involved because we need to jumpstart the next generation. This is critical. And this is a big passion of us and all the folk that we work together with.
And one thing that CosmoQuest has been very successful at doing is, quite by accident, we didn't set out to be this way. It just turns out this is how Fraser and I work. We hire whoever's best. We hire whoever's easiest to work with, and hopefully they're both things at once. And we've managed to find people who are both things at once. We do have men on staff. Corey, our lead programmer, happens to be a guy. But we also have women on staff: Georgia Bracey, Nicole Gallucci, Susan Murphy, Aviva Yamani, Nancy Graziano isn't so much on staff as she just does awesome things to help us out and keep us going on a regular basis. We've worked with so many women, and these women are being role models. And it means something to me when we get letters from kids saying, I've never seen a woman scientist before. And now they can look to us and see so many of us. We have a lack of role models, and we are accidentally fixing it with CosmoQuest. And we hope that as we move forward, we'll be able to keep doing this. But, I mean, honestly, our staff has really shrunk in the past few years. But we're now at $32,964. We are now $36 away from $33,000. Can someone donate $36? Can you at least get us up to the 33,000 mark? We're slowly getting there. Now, I'm told that Dave Dickinson is clouded out, but in the green room and ready to join us. This is where we are. We are now 59 minutes away from being done. Frank, one last thought for our audience as Dave heads in to join us?
Well, one of the things is, again, I grew up in an era when we did the impossible. We honestly did. I was a teenager when we landed on the moon. Hate to think how long that will go. But
41 years, because I was born the year after Apollo ended.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm becoming a man of a certain age, but the important thing is the kind of things, especially the young people, especially the young women, they're going to be seeing stuff that is going to be just appear to be magic to us. Absolute science fiction to us is going to be every day for them, and we need to stimulate all these young folk to be able to do that. We need the scientists, we need the engineers, and this is the focus, which is part of my work, is to get all of them involved. So if we can do that, then there's hope for all of us.
That's an awesome message to leave us with. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much for bearing with all of our technical difficulties. I'm glad we were able to work it out and have you on.
Trust me, I know technical difficulties. It's my job, my day job.
So where can people find you on the internet?
You can look for me at apolloguidancecomputer.com. That's my website. It really is mostly focused on my book. And of course, most importantly, is the Apollo Lunar Surface Journals and the Apollo Flight Journals. These are the things which I've been working on with a number of people. It was probably a wiki before there was Wikipedia, probably about 20, 25 years now. And if you want to know anything, and I mean anything about flying from the Earth to the Moon, we have it. Full stop.
That is awesome. Thank you so much for joining us, and welcome, Dave. I hear you have clouds.
Yes, I do. I had to do a quick assessment of the weather radar, and since I saw there was rain coming in, I moved up here onto the back porch. And you can see I have the telescope behind me. I relocated the broadcast station and the telescope and everything up here really, really quick because I did not want to get caught in a rainstorm with my laptop sitting in the backyard.
No, and in fact, you don't want to have your telescope in the rain either, because cleaning the mirrors is not something that you want to be doing.
Yeah. Well, I've had it all covered with dew before, so it's gotten wet, but it's and this one's been beaten up quite a bit. So, but yeah, it's never fun to clean them.
So we all make mistakes observing now and then. What is the biggest bad thing you've accidentally done to a telescope?
Well, I know with a lot of the go-tos, it's never good when the go-to's aimed at the ground. When you put in an object, so I've had to do most of the go-tos I've had, and this has a very 1990 style primitive go-to where it will tell you in right ascension and declination which way to aim the scope, and then you zero it out in declination and right ascension, and hopefully the target is in there. So I've had to do a lot of troubleshooting over the years with those types of systems, and honestly, unless I'm hunting for something like an extremely faint galaxy or nebula or something like that, I prefer not to even use the go-to systems on these. They have their place, but I like to just, I don't need a go-to to find the moon, so I like to just kind of swivel and aim and point, and I'm always glad when there's a manual system on there, so I don't have to use batteries. You know, batteries die. I've observed out in 30 below in Alaska, and I've observed in Arizona in high temperatures and things that will kill batteries really easily. So
I just want to share we are now at $33,000 at $33,064.42. Our goal is $36,000. This means we now need $2,936, and you keep making me do math in my head. Can we please just get this over $36,000 so that I don't have to keep doing math with this little sleep? The running joke is the more degrees you have, the worse you are with numbers, the better you are with adding, subtracting, multiplying, and dividing letters. And I'm a software kind of girl, so really I just want to code it all. I just want to make it all into software. Now, working with go-to telescopes, working with Dobbs, those are one of my favorites, you sometimes find yourself having to play the part of contortionist. Since you can't actually show us the sky right now, I'm going to ask, these are the questions we share usually at star parties.
Okay.
What is the weirdest position you found yourself in trying to find an object?
Well, trying to see something straight up at the zenith, at least with a Schmidt-Cassegrain, it will put the eyepiece right. I'm about 6'1", so it'll put the eyepiece right down in the dirt. But with a Schmidt-Cassegrain, these are actually good sit at and look at scopes. I've actually had people in wheelchairs come up at star parties and stay with me most of the night because they could actually observe through the scope because it's down at their height. There's no ladder, there's nothing that you have to climb up to. I've had Newtonians before and had to do some pretty bizarre things. What I've seen before, and I always think, why isn't this standard on most Newtonians? There was one up at Stellafane one time that the guy had where the tube rotated in the cradle. And I was like, that's too cool. Somebody needs to do that on an actual commercial Newtonian scope, because then you have that stovepiece eyepiece on the side. Kind of, you can rotate it down to where you need to be versus because like with a German equatorial, it does a swing over when the objects go over the meridian. It can put things at some very odd angles.
So we just had, sorry to interrupt you, we just had come in on Twitter. Vigibo, I'm not sure if this is American or German, said he just pledged to CosmoQuest an additional $1 for every 1,000 images mapped. challenging everyone out there to match. So let's see how many thousand images we have so far. I'm not refreshing the correct page. Let's try this again. So far we are at 24, 30, 20, sorry, 24, 45. We're at 62.48 from someone who can do math faster than I can. We're at 62.48, so that is $6.25 if we round. Everyone go out and match. It's not that much. It's a lunch, not at McDonald's. It's a little classier than McDonald's, but not that much more. It's diner food. Can you donate? Can you pledge to help us out? And hey, go do science to, well, force these guys to pay more for their pledges. So I see all of these tweets going flying by. Please donate. We see from Susan Murph, Apple Cider is out there being awesome and silly. All of these people are working to try and help us out, trying to drive their friends to donate. I see Jeff Seltzer is trying to get Alton Brown. My husband loves Alton Brown's shows. Trying to get him to say he likes science and help us out. Now, we're here about the science, and star parties are one of those magical experiences that if you've never been to a star party, go. Your local club, I'm sure, has things that they will gladly show you. We had one of these magical Newtonians that rotates in its stand when I was down at the University of Texas. We had Bee Caves Observatory out on the edge of town. It was an old Nike missile silo. So you're standing on top of these welded down plates that once upon a time used to, well, have missiles beneath them. And we took the power that once went to missiles and diverted it instead to go into domes. And we had these awesome telescopes. I remember at one point standing on top of the telescope support system because our dome broke and we had to hand crank it shut. I remember another time laying down on the floor, my hair kind of everywhere, while I looked through our finder scope with binoculars to try and find a really faint and obstinate object. You do crazy things when you're trying to find awesome objects and you have no go-to system.
That can be.
What kind?
Oh, go ahead.
What kind of crazy adventures? I don't think you've ever had someone step on your hair while you tried to find the Hercules cluster.
No, you just reminded me of trying to hunt for faint comets. Trying to use binoculars and then aim the scope where the binoculars are aimed at. I've seen people before use laser pointers, which is kind of handy to do, where you're aiming the laser pointer and then somebody else is on the telrad. This one has a telrad. You can't quite see it on the other side of the scope. Every scope I have, I put a telrad on. I prefer those to this finder on the other.
Oh, we've lost. He froze. So for those of you who don't know, telrads, this is actually what I was looking through with the pair of binoculars. They're these awesome little, basically, boxes that have
type things. I think there's got to be some way you could hook. They don't seem quite accurate enough to use to point to a telescope. They're handy to use when you're panning around the sky, but they don't quite have the within sub 1 degree aiming resolution yet. I mean, somebody's probably rigged it up, but it's kind of difficult to use binoculars to try to. I can see something with the binoculars. I have a pair of image stabilized binoculars that are awesome. I use those more than a telescope when I'm out looking for stuff. They give you a very wide field of view to sweep around. But then when you're looking through a telescope, of course, you're looking through the equivalent of like a little toilet paper tube area, and then with this, you're looking through the right angle eyepiece, so you're not actually looking up, you're looking down. So then when you're trying to aim it, it can be difficult if you're just trying to sweep around and find something in a region like that.
So here's where I'm going to interject and say we are still sitting at $33,000.64 with 42 cents. $33,064.42. We're so close to $36,000. I don't want to live in an age of diminished expectations. There's been so many times you've made me think we couldn't get there, and so many times you've made me think it would be easy. I've been here not for all 36 hours. We had Fraser in the midnight hours relieved us for about 6 hours, let us get a little bit of sleep. We had Mike from Astronomers Without Borders join us for 2 hours this morning. But that's 8 hours out of 36 that I got to take time off. The rest of the time I've been here, I've shared stories. When I threatened to share pictures of me with big hair in the 80s, you stopped donating. I got that message quickly. We did not show those photos. We've told stories. We've told tales of science. We've talked about the Apollo astronauts. We've talked about dark matter. And my favorite story I think that I've ever heard is Astra Katie, an American astronomer working in Australia, a theoretical astronomer. Well, she's a real astronomer. She does theoretical astronomy. She actually had someone who owns a gold mine write to her and say, hey, do you want to do science in my gold mine? That is the most awesome thing I've ever heard happen to someone I actually know. Across all of these hours you've been there tweeting, Facebooking, Google Plusing, tumbling all the different things. Thank you. We're so close. We have 46 minutes left. 46 minutes left, and we're at $33,064 still. If we can get that $2,000 pledge from somebody that will get them a beautiful piece of pallasite embedded in lucite, that will get us there. If we can get 20 people, doing math again in my head, 20 people to give $100 each, that will get us there. If we can get 200 people to give $10 each, well, that works too. There's so many ways we can break this apart, and every donation matters. If everyone who follows me on Twitter gave $2, we would have been done hours ago. Twitter, I'm bitter at you and at potato salad. I'm getting hints I need to go wear my shirt of fundraising. But first we're going to show a picture of if you give between $300 and $2,000. Shoes like these will be made specifically for you. There's a wonderful artist who's been a supporter of the show. Her Twitter handle is ceiling_cow, and I love her work. She came up to me at Dragon Con and showed me shoes like this several years ago, and I sort of fell in love and squeed. Things like this can be yours for your donation of more than $300. You can help. $3 helps. Dave, I'm going to let you vamp for a few minutes while I go change shirts. And please, for the love of science, can we please have a number greater than 33,064? 64 is cool. It's a power of 2. I'm in favor of powers of 2. Can we have a different power of 2 for those last 2 digits? I will be right back in a different shirt.
All right, I'll talk about what scope and what gear I have back here, because a lot of people ask me exactly what is this thing on the front of the telescope. And basically here in Florida, this is a dew shield, and it's mandatory here in Florida because dew is just ever present in the sky as far as what's going to, when you put the scope out and it just accumulates dew on the front, and you want to be out observing for as long as possible. So this is just a passive way that you can actually keep dew from forming, and all this is a hiking mat with a bungee cord wrapped around the front. Now Schmidt-Cassegrain doesn't have that built-in dew shield kind of setup like you have with the Dobsonian or Newtonian. So this kind of setup here, it extends your viewing by about an hour. And when I'm out in the field, I do observing in a place called Starkey Park. We have a very loose-knit group of amateur astronomers here in Pasco County in Florida that get together. That's all I have out there because I have no power or nothing out there as far as generation. Now, when I'm doing the virtual star party, back in the days we used to, I also use a very highly technical device because I'm near AC power here at the house. That's how you're watching the broadcast with the laptop. I actually use a hairdryer to clean off the front. not something maybe that's recommended to do every day, because it also flexes the corrector plate a little bit because you're heating it up extremely quickly. I've seen an article in Sky and Telescope that said that maybe the best way to clean off a corrector plate, they were talking about using a heat gun, kind of like what you'd find at Home Depot. Those are very slow though, and during Virtual Star Party when we're doing it for an hour, that's not really the kind of setup you want to use. During the Virtual Star Party, see if I have one of my webcams here. No, they're way back. I actually modify. Let me grab one here. What I'm using, and this is good for just planetary, I've been doing this kind of astronomy now for about a decade. Read an article back in 2003, 2004, about webcam amateur astronomy. Now, what you're using is just simply a freeware program like K3CCD tools or Registax to actually capture and process images, a webcam, and a telescope. So if I read this article realizing, you know, I have everything here. I have a webcam that I, of course, had to disassemble, and this is a second-generation version of the older one that I used to have a Logitech 3000 that I was using to do this. This is I think it's a Logitech 270, I believe it is. I bought this at Walmart on discount for like 20 bucks. Modified it. There's copper pipe. There's a little bit of duct tape to shim it up, because no good project, let's hold it up to the actual camera here. There's no good project that doesn't have a little bit of duct tape in it. I mean, duct tape actually fixed lunar rovers and brought the Apollo 13 home. So, and this is an 1 1/4 eyepiece barrel. This plops right into, get an eyepiece holder here. Plops right into an eyepiece holder like this, and if you have a program like, I like to use K3CCD tools. I know there's a lot of other image capture programs out there for image stacking and processing. This is good for planetary imaging, and it does just about as good as I see a lot of the Celestron webcams and things on the market for about $100. I built this for like $20 in a weekend project. So this actually, it's a decent webcam. I used it during the virtual star parties. I can do the moon. I've done the International Space Station imaging with this. The way I track the International Space Station is very low tech. I have a long wooden pole that I bungee to the side of the scope, and as the International Space Station's coming over, I have the webcam running, and I just start the webcam setup going, and I aim the telrad as precisely as I can at the International Space Station when it's coming over. I'm holding that pull cue out there to kind of stabilize the scope, and I'm just aiming it, and when you look at the video, you'll see nothing, 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 then you'll see, oh, there goes the International Space Station hopping by, because I'm trying to aim like maybe a 10-degree square or 10 arc-minute square field at the International Space Station. This doesn't have a very wide field of view. Good for planetary imaging, not so good for wide field imaging. But I've got detail on it where you can see the little solar panels. You know, it looks like a little miniature Star Wars TIE fighter. When Atlantis on its last mission was docked to the International Space Station, I could actually see the nose of it because it was oriented on the top as the International Space Station came over. You know, it's kind of neat, and I've seen some pretty astounding International Space Station images with these types of webcams or high-speed cameras just shot through telescopes like this. People have been doing that for about a decade, too.
That is all awesome. Now, I am back. I'm wearing a t-shirt. I don't like wearing t-shirts on air, but this is a t-shirt that Don Olive, our awesome business manager, made for me. I'm going to come up and show it on camera. I'm not sure how well you'll be able to hear me once I move away from my mic, but I'm going to try rotating my mic. So this shirt, whoa, backing up. The shirt says, "Damn it, Jen, I'm a scientist, not a fundraiser." And I want this shirt to be true. I want to be a scientist wearing a Sterling pendant. I want to be a scientist who doesn't have to beg for money on the internet. This isn't what I went to college for 10 years for. It's not what you want to tune into the internet. I'm guilty of being someone that when NPR has their funding drive, I change channels and put on podcasts. I do donate when I have money. But who wants to hear someone beg for money? And I've been doing it for 35 hours and 22 minutes at this point, with a few breaks. Fraser Kane, Mike Simons, they bailed me out. But we're currently at $33,286, if I read that right.
Yep.
And we're trying to get to 36,000. We're so close. We're 2,000, damn it, you're making me do math in my head. We're 2,700, and I'm reading these numbers in mirror image, $2,714 away, if I read that correctly and did math in my head correctly. I want to have this shirt be true. I want to be a scientist and not a fundraiser, but instead I'm both. Can you help make the shirt be true? Can you get us to $36,000 so that we can just talk science, figure out who gets the door prizes, and move on with our evening? Can you make this happen? If you can't make that happen, I get that. I don't always have money to give either. Like so many of the people who've been on, I have given away artwork, I've given away web design, and this is how I've supported the people that matter to me. So many of you have reached out to help us that way. Thank you. Now, can you find someone you know who has $5 and say, hey, can you give that $5? And if enough people give $5, we're done. We're done. I want to be done. Where are we at?
That's ironic, Pamela, because my wife is watching Star Trek inside right now. I can hear it.
My heart is racing. We're so close. Have you heard the story of the potato salad yet?
A little bit.
So my husband walked up this, oh God, Kyle, my husband, my computer science, guitar collecting luthier of a hobbyist husband just walked up the stairs with potato salad. I liked potato salad up until today. I can't tell you how many times my husband, who actually does a lot of the cooking in our house, has gone to pull potato salad out of the refrigerator for dinner and discovered it empty because I decided it needed to go away for lunch. So it all started with a tuna fish sandwich. As happens, as often does, there's this tuna fish sandwich that someone posted up on Kickstarter, and somehow got $2,000 for a tuna fish sandwich.
Oh, wow.
And we beat that tuna fish sandwich in our first hour. Down with the tuna fish sandwich. But then someone came along and they said, hey, I want some potato salad. And they somehow, well, we now know how, they somehow were able to raise $55,000 for their potato salad.
I've seen that
now,
on
this
Twitter.
This in part is because of our good friend Jeff Notkin, who saw this, thought it was cool, forwarded it along to friends. His friends forwarded it along, and his friends happened to include people like Neil Gaiman. And $55,000 later, I had an arch nemesis. This is my arch nemesis now taunting me. I'm going to commence angrily eating potato salad. And I'm sure there's some fetishist out there that I'm not going to want to know what they're thinking as that occurs. We sit at $33,336. That's a lot of threes. Can we somehow grow that up to be a lot of fours? We sit at $33,336.42. We're getting there. $1, $10, $100 at a time. We're getting there. We have 33 minutes left, and I'm now being taunted by potato salad. The potato salad was able to get, well, first of all, a viral audience. It was novel. It was interesting. People thought it was funny. They gave. They gave this person a gift of $55,000 for doing something funny on the internet. We're trying to do science on the internet. We're trying to raise scientific understanding of our universe and raise scientific literacy of our population. Isn't that worth as much as this potato salad? Can you give? Can you help? Can you find someone else who can help? Can you tell everyone on the internet that if they dislike potato salad, they need to express their dislike for potato salad by giving to CosmoQuest? So we're done with the people for Wi-Fi. They are clearly not going to give anymore. Find the people who hate potato salad. Make them give. We're going to make this a competition. We're not going to outdo the potato salad. I'm allowed to have my fantasies, right? A girl can have fantasies. Now, the other thing that we're doing this weekend is we're also trying to get people to do science, and you've been doing science. Thanks to your donations, we were able to build the Mars Mappers Citizen Science Project. There is a scientist, Edwin Kite, up at the University of Chicago, an assistant professor, who will be using your annotations of the surface of Mars to look for the places where we're most likely to find undestroyed organic materials. Scientist Stuart Robbins, working out at Southwest Research Institute, he is looking to try and understand when Mars last had, well, volcanism and other geologic activity. You are helping us do science. We currently are at the point of 1,787 Mars images mapped, 2,138 images of Vesta, and we can't start series until we're done with Vesta. We've seen 1,220 images of Mercury get completed, 1,279 images of the moon. We're getting there. We're mapping other worlds. We just need the money to keep going, keep being able to do the things we do. We're now at $33,516.42 with 31 minutes remaining. I apparently do not upgrade my screen fast enough. We are now at $33,541. Please, we're at 93% of our funding goal. Can you help? Oh, I'm not sure what people are tweeting. You're confusing me. We have Apple Cider reaching out to everyone and asking, can you help? Donate for STEM education. Last 30 minutes, please retweet. The link to donate, which you left out, I love you, Apple Cider, you left out the donation link, is bit.ly, bit.ly/C, Q 2015. All of our donations right now go through PayPal. Please give. Please help. We are now sitting at 33,541 still. There's got to be more people out there that hate potato salad. I know the 3-year-olds out there who hate it don't have money to give, but maybe there's some parents that have had their children throw potato salad at them one too many times and they're willing to give. Apparently my programmer Joe hates potato salad. Like, kind of a lot. He's now an alumni of our program. He and I go bike riding together and taunt bunnies who don't understand which direction to run in as we ride towards them. So there is this awesome graphic that has just been posted. Potato salad, sucking black holes exist. Let's get all of the potato salad love going into a black hole and promote hatred of potato salad and donations to CosmoQuest. I really did love potato salad up until I found out it had $55,000 donated to it. I'm now mumbling. Help. Help. Help make my shirt true. Help make me strictly a scientist and not a fundraiser. I'm tired of this. I just want to do science. Can you help me just do science? Work on software that processes databases. Give me the freedom to work on projects like Cosmo Academy so that I can teach rather than writing grants and begging you for money on the internet for far too many hours on a weekend. Can you help? The tweets keep coming. I see flashing by on my screen. Jim Seltzer tweeted, just donated to CosmoQuest and will receive GXSC Jambalaya lunch. Others will watch in frustration unless they give. Yeah. Oh, reloading. We are at 34,591. The donations keep coming. And we have an apology from Richard Drum, the astronomy bum, who has donated so many pieces of meteorite to our giveaways. He loves potato salad. He admits, that's okay, you gave even though you love potato salad. We still love you, Rich. He's also the audio producer for 365 Days of Astronomy. Yeah, I'm running out of things to say. Dave, tell us a story of astronomy.
I dropped this eyepiece on a glass solar filter once. I was just thinking about you saying dumb things that I've done. I had a glass solar filter for this that fit over the front of the aperture sitting on my lap, and I didn't realize that this eyepiece holder wasn't screwed in all the way, and it properly swung down and fell onto the glass filter.
We just got another $1,000 donation. We are now at $34,591, and one programmer having a heart attack in the corner. Thank you. We have 26 minutes left to go. We now have $1,409 to go. We are so close. $1,409. Can you do it? Can you do it, Internet? Can just 14 of you give $100, or 100 of you give $14? 844, I'm now being told. We are at 34,844. We now need $1,136. No, that's wrong. $1,156. Stop making me do math, please. I mostly don't hate math, but I've been awake a lot of hours. We are now at still $34,844.42. You dropped an eyepiece on a glass solar filter?
Yes, it actually fell out of the eyepiece holder, swiveled down onto it. Wasn't screwed in all the way, and I had the filter down on my lap at the time, and this eyepiece fell onto it. Nice filter too. It's one of the very few expensive filters I ever sprung for too. I was like, darn it.
When I was a graduate student, I almost lost my life because of a filter. I was using a 107-inch to do my dissertation work, and I was told when I removed the lens from the telescope to clean it each night, because you actually have to do things like that, to cradle it to my body as I walked down the stairs that had no railing, and if I started to fall, remember, I could be repaired and replaced, and it could not. I protected that piece of glass like my life depended on it, because it probably did.
Yeah.
But what I forgot about was the eye filter. We were experiencing really bad firestorms kind of all around us. It was Texas during thunderstorm season, and we'd had a lot of fine particulate in the air, and we had a lot of dew. And it turns out that when fire mixes with sulfur from the factories over in Mexico just south of the border, mixes with dew, and then you ask your awesome undergraduate who has steadier hands than you do to use the alcohol to clean off the soot, the sulfur, the dew, you end up acid etching your very expensive eye filter.
Ouch.
Okay, I'm being told we have less than $1,200 left. We're at $34,857. We now need to bring in less money than the cost of the filter I destroyed as a graduate student. That's a bit embarrassing to announce. However, it was true. I was a graduate student. Other people have made dumber mistakes. My favorite mistake that I heard about was someone letting the 82-inch track until it pulled all of its wires out because it had tracked too far.
Yeah, I could see that happening easily, especially on a German equatorial, because they can twist them up quite a bit.
So mistakes happen, but
I think
donating isn't a mistake. So can you help us get over the edge? We're at 34,857. We're trying to get to 36,000. We have 22 minutes left. The tweets, less than holy. We are at $35,007.42. We need $993. We need 9 of you to give $100. We need 100 of you to give $9. I don't care which way it comes. Heck, I'll take 200 of you giving $4.50. I'm good with that. It's all a matter of just doing the fractions and multiplying and lowest common denominator and all those things like that. Yeah, there's lots of ways to destroy telescopes, but there's also awesome ways to do things with them.
I think.
What's your favorite story of discovery?
Well, when we let's see, that's really hard to say. You know, some of the coolest things I think I ever saw actually weren't with a telescope, were the Northern Lights when I used to live up in Alaska. Because Northern Lights are so common up in Alaska, believe it or not, for astrophotographers are actually considered a nuisance because they wash out people's photos when they're trying to shoot. I know, and it's like there's so many people down here in the lower 48 have never seen them before, and they're so common up around that latitude around Fairbanks where I lived that it was almost every night, you know, in the wintertime or in the spring and fall. In the summer, of course, you don't see them. And ironically, that's when most tourists come up to Fairbanks, and they still miss the Northern Lights. You got to be there in the wintertime. And it's interesting, I would hear a lot of bizarre ideas where people would say, well, there's something like it's got to be really cold to see the Northern Lights. And I'd say, well, the only reason you see it when it's really cold is because it's clear then, is why you're seeing the Northern Lights. The cold isn't causing the Northern Lights, but you hear some pretty bizarre. I've heard ideas where people thought the Northern Lights were the reflection of like light off the polar caps or stuff like that. And you know, so it's bizarre that even people that live in Fairbanks that see them don't quite understand them that well. It doesn't seem like, but. And I saw the Leonid meteors, again, another thing without a telescope. I saw the Leonid meteors from Kuwait when I was there in 1998, and that was probably one of the most awesome meteor showers I had ever seen. You hear about meteor showers like where it wasn't quite like what you hear about in 66 or 1833, where they say the meteors came like snowflakes falling out of the sky. But we were seeing, I'd say, a zenithal hourly rate close to 1,000 near sunrise, which is almost one every few seconds.
What year is that?
98, actually.
I was going to say, I remember that. That was the year that I got my master's thesis, and I worked with the astronomy club at the University of Texas, and we went out to Bee Caves Observatory. Like, the whole astronomy club hung out in my crappy graduate student apartment until like 3 a.m. and then we drove out to Bee Caves Observatory, and we lined up like so many sardines in our sleeping bags lined up along the pavement just looking up, and we shivered and we watched, and it was amazing. And as the sun came up, we finally were like, we're not going to see anything else.
Yeah.
And I didn't actually see the meteorite shooting across the sky, but at one point, as we were packing up, stuffing our sleeping bags into their stuff sacks, there was a shadow cast by the light of a bullet exploding overhead, and it's that shadow that I'll never forget. And then we all went to IHOP, and it was awesome.
Yeah, we had a nice area out there in Kuwait behind. We were in a tent city on an Air Force base, and there was a nice dark area. They didn't keep those bases in forward deployed locations. They don't have all the lighting, perimeter lighting and stuff like that. They're totally dark out there. So we had a really nice dark area. And there was a major that went out there and watched with me, and I met him at a fun run a few months later, and he still remembered that. He said that was the coolest thing he had seen while he was over there in Kuwait. Was that actual meteor shower. So I was like, that's cool. So we stayed out there from midnight right till sunrise watching it.
So we are now at $35,139.42. We need 861. Am I doing math right? Yes, we need $861 to get there. We're so close, people. We have 18 minutes left. And I will start getting Corey the data he needs to start doing the giveaways. As soon as we get there, can we get there? It's so close. The amount of money that we're looking at is 3 weeks of graduate student salary. It is 100 hours of undergraduate work. It is a third a month of our server bills. We stretch this money absolutely as far as we can. Can you help us get there? We are at $35,199. We are now $801 away from our goal. We're sneaking up on it, and we're sneaking up on it so slowly. And I have this horrible feeling that there's someone out there taunting with me, waiting to see how crazy I go on air before they donate. Joe, my programmer, is like, I wish I had the money to do that. You are... I love you, Joe.
You know,
$35,199.
You know, Pamela, you're talking about star party fails. I think everybody's probably had the experience of going to a school star party and not realizing until you set up on a grass field that nobody told the maintenance guy to turn all the sprinklers off because people would be out there with their telescopes. So that easily sets up a situation where everybody's running for to grab their laptops and in telescopes, and as all the sprinklers suddenly pop up and turn on.
What's going on? The one from you? Yeah, I put, yeah. Being asked if I remembered to add in a donation we got from EHR Revolution, and yeah, we are so grateful for them for their donation of $250, and it is already in the tally. We're stuck at $35,199. Oh my God, this is so frustrating. We are now at the cost of one really nice Apple Watch, not even a gold one, just one of the ones with a nice band in the midline range. People have spent more money to have their wrist torture them with email notifications than we need to put us over the edge. So I'm going to run down the list of awesome again. And then I'm going to commence angrily eating my arch nemesis, the potato salad. So first of all, I'd like to thank people. I'd like to thank Facebook.com/itsmyshow, David Torag. He donated the coffee beans that kept me going and powered us here with the production and the supports, not staff, but volunteers who've kept me going through all of this. Thank you so much, and go and give him a life at Facebook. Give him a like at facebook.com/itsmyshow. Susie Murph, Christy McGonnell, Nancy Graziano, Jim Meeker, Richard Drum, oh my gosh, Matt Woods, Guido Bibra, all of you out there with this weekly Space Hangout crew, thank you, thank you, thank you for all your work, all your efforts to help organize this event and giving me back the time I needed to work on our grant going to NASA in the coming weeks. Thank you to Fraser Kane for hosting in the midnight hours, letting me and my producer Chris Miller go get a little bit of sleep downstairs. Our house has been completely destroyed with people sprawling out on every surface as we've gotten through this. Thank you to all the people who donated door prizes. I'm going to start going down that list and hopefully lure some of you into giving a few more dollars. We have, first of all, a tradition that was begun by Tim Legower, an amazing prop maker and costumer who donated last year these amazing dragon eggs. And they went away and they came back in a case with a plaque. And we've started a new tradition that the person who donates the largest sum of money gets the dragon eggs for a year, and if they hatch, they have dragons. But if they don't, their name is added to the plaque and their name is added to a new tradition that hopefully in the future will not be who donates the largest sum of money, but who does the largest amount of science during future events. We also have to go with it to the number 2 largest donor, a lightsaber that looks a bit like Sad Futurama robot, but it has a belt clip that strangely fascinates me. We also have a set of 7 meteorites. They've already made it to Earth. That were donated by Richard Drum, the astronomy bum that we'll be sending out. We have 2 prints, or rather 2 gift certificates to get prints like this. This is one that he made that I don't think my husband has seen yet, and it was made as an anniversary gift for the 2 of us. It shows the sky over the city of Manchester where we got married back in 2006, and you can choose the place and the time that you want to commemorate with one of these gift certificates. We have 2 $200 gift certificates from iTelescope. They give you access to the entire network, including the Henrietta Leavitt, Annie Jump Cannon, Jocelyn Bell Burnell telescope. We have 5 books donated by author Sarah Wills. These are kids' books, Your Place in Space. We have 5 your choice, either pendants or posters, coming to us from Amy Davis Roth, the artist behind Surly Ramix. We have 5 32-gigabyte jump drives that say CosmoQuest on them, coming to you from our partners at Youngstown State University. We have 3 licenses for Starry Night Pro from the folks at Sky Safari and Starry Night. This is great software that I used to use when I taught astronomy labs. And finally, going down this list, no, not finally, next to finally, we have 10 coming soon to a computer near you, soundtracks to the new upcoming Firefly video game. You can't tell anymore, but I'm actually a brown coat when I'm not, well, wearing red t-shirts. And finally, to the person who gives the most, between $300 and $2,000, we have a pair of Converse All-Star shoes in your choice of size that are going to be painted by the amazing artist at ceiling_cow on Twitter. She's a college student that wanted to find a way to help out, and so she's donating her art that you might have the coolest shoes in your collective group of friends. We need $551. 551. We can do this, people. We have 10 minutes left. 10 minutes. Can you help us get there? We need 5 people to give $100. We need 100 people to give $5. We need 10 people to give $50. Slice and dice however you want. Can we get there? $36,000. We're so close. So very, very close. Refreshing the page, we are sitting at $35,449. We want to empty my desk into your life. We want to get that blue bar completely filled. I want to make this shirt true. For those of you tuning in who haven't seen it yet, my shirt says, "Damn it, Jim, I'm a scientist, not a fundraiser." I want this shirt to be true. I want to have to never fundraise again. I hate nothing more on this planet, except for maybe this potato salad, than I hate fundraising. I'm now getting taunted by the other folks here in the attic because they know that I will probably end up fundraising again. But I don't want to. Can you at least help end my pain tonight? We are sitting at 35,449 still. We're so, so close. Tree Lobster just tweeted out, "Pretty please." And I agree. Pretty please. Please help. Show your hatred of potato salad. Show your love of science. If you donate $2,000, you'll get us well over that mark. And Jeff Notkin, one of the meteorite men, has donated amazing pieces of palisite. This is rock that fell out of space, fell to the earth, burnt, became an awesome-looking mineral, got picked up, carried away, sliced, polished, encased in lucite. It's not quite as exciting as what happened to Han Solo, but it's well protected. This is going to those of you who donate more than $2,000. Can you help? $4, $5, it all adds up. Every little bit helps. We are sitting at $35,579. We are dang it, math. We are at $421 to go to get there. We're so very, very close. I just want to start giving away the things that people have donated to help incentivize you to help. I just want to start celebrating science and stop begging and doing math in my head. Yeah, I'm an astrophysicist. You can mock me for not liking math. I'd much rather be programming a computer to do it for me. Thank you very much. I like my while loops and case statements. We have $51 to go, I'm being told, but no, they lied. Sorry. That is far too exciting. Wait, no, I'm confused. Yes, we have coming in a promise for $500. It's just not showing up yet. Sorry, trying to deal with all the things flying past. We're not seeing it yet in our system, but we hear it's coming. Sorry, typing. Oh, it's all so confusing and exciting, and I now I'm starting to sound like an Into the Woods character. I'm not Red Riding Hood, even though I'm wearing a red shirt. So look over at your messages. Yeah, so we are at $35,600.42. We are so close. I just want to download this database of donations and start giving things away. $35,642. Can you put us over? Just $1, just $2. Every little bit. All of you out there, I can't read the screen to see how many of you are, but there's a lot. I can tell from here that there's enough of you to be a fairly large blurry number. We are at $36,100.42. You did it. You allowed us to raise our goal. And I'm now going to sit here and angrily, actually not as angrily, I'm now going to sit here and passive-aggressively eat potato salad because, well, I haven't had dinner yet. And Dave, can you talk science to us while we start downloading all of the databases of people who contributed to science and people who contributed donations so that we can start giving things away?
Well, there's a total solar eclipse coming up in 2017, thinking of events that I've never seen before. Matter of fact, that goes right near where you guys are up there in Illinois.
You are welcome to join me in our house. We are about 30 miles north, and if you need a free place to stay, you are welcome.
Yes, I've seen an annular, but I've never managed to journey to I'm a poor freelance writer, so I've never managed to scrape together the funds to go to a total solar eclipse yet. So, which is ironic because I've written about a lot of solar eclipses. A lot of the people I know, the hardcore eclipse chasers, are probably heading out west because I was talking to Michael Zeiler over at Eclipse Maps, and he says that the climate and the cloud cover prospects for August 21st, that time of day and that time of season, are probably better out there, but most of them are going to opt for mobility too, so they can change location if they have to. So I haven't really picked out where I'm going to go, but thanks for the offer. I may be because there's another eclipse in 2024 that goes crisscross the opposite direction for right around Carbondale, that tri-state area there. Right. Illinois is going to see 2 total solar eclipses, and that's after, since 1979 was the last time the continental U.S. has seen a total solar eclipse touchdown. So it's going to be pretty cool. Yeah, it's not far away. It's a little, only over 2 years now.
So yeah, we're having an amazing day. We did it. $36,100, 42 cents.
Couldn't have planned that better if we tried.
So we're in the process of pulling down all of your actions. Corey Lehan, our lead developer, is going to be working, once we feed him all of the information, on telling us who we give what to. I can go ahead and look to see wee stuff things. See if we had anyone who got the sneakers. I mean, the thing that's really amazing about this is we had a donation of $1,000 that's getting the sneakers. You know who you are. You are awesome. But scanning down this list, other than that $1,000 donation that I'm seeing, it's like 10s and 20s and 100s and 4s and 5s and the couple of awesome 2,000 and hires. But mostly it's people giving what you might spend out on an evening with your friends. I'm seeing one other $400. I may have to talk to Ceiling Cal and see if she's willing to do a couple pairs of sneakers. Most of you didn't give more than a night out on the town, but all of you together added up to do amazing things. And this is the thing about Citus that's important too. All of us working together, we can do amazing things. It's not just me, it's our entire community. Together we do so much more than any of us do individually. I'm right now having this internal debate. I want to like blare happy music, but we're kind of on air and there's copyright issues.
You don't want the whole 6-hour hangout to get taken
Amber. We can, I'm going to pull up an artist we had on earlier, Mary Amber, and I'm going to put on her YouTube channel. And my phone is saying it's 10 o'clock. We're officially done. My phone is reminding me. And now we get to start giving things away. Dave, you want to talk while I find happy music?
Sure. Another thing I like to see from here actually are launches, because I'm only 100 miles west of the Kennedy Space Center here. So one of the coolest launches I think I ever saw was STS-131, I believe it was, one of the last shuttle flights that went off early in the morning. And if you get those flights that they go off right at pre-dawn, when it went up, it actually caught the sunrise when it came up and went over the curve of the Earth, because the flights are always, it's going after the International Space Station, so it's on that high 51-degree inclination orbit. It has to go right up the East Coast. And it literally looked like a flaming comet when it came up over here from about 100 miles away. Go for it.
Hold on, no, I had failed. Let me try this again. I need to get the Hangoutathon off of this computer, because otherwise that will simply be collision of too much audio. And I can play happy music, but I have to remember to close the Hangout computer first. So we can talk with happy music. I mean, that's one of those things that we have all learned to do, is enjoy happy music and talk at once. So this is Mary Amber playing in the background. You can check out her music, M-E-R-I-A-M-B-E-R, Mary Amber. Okay, I can't dance. This is humiliating. I can't dance. So, and all of my programmers are sitting there going, I don't dance. I'm online. Huh? we have an amazing celebratory graphic. So Natalie Metzinger, who I know is out there, she was tweeting earlier. She made a celebratory graphic a few years ago for something completely different that shows the awesome human who did all of the production while I was on, Chris Miller. This comes back from the good old days of The Secret Lair. And we're now looking for it. It's somewhere on my computer. Oh. Corey, while we look for the celebratory graphic, how are we doing on... Cool. I can't dance. I'm an astronomer. I'm humiliating myself because I'm happy, and there's happy music. I'm now being laughed at by my programmers. So this is a celebratory
Cool.
graphic of my producer, Chris Miller, produced by Natalie Metzinger, a dear friend of the show. So you guys accomplished something awesome. In 36 hours, we raised enough money going for long enough to wait and hear on our federal grants, and hear how we're going to keep going into technical difficulties through inability to pronounce words, specifically last names. You have stayed with us as we read astro poetry, as we read bedtime stories, as we talked about navigation, as we talked about Jim Lovell being tortured at sea, all in the name of science. We have covered so many topics, talked to so many people. Susan and Chuck Rule talking about telescopes in Tanzania. Felina, Rosa, Jose coming and talking to us about the Galileo Teacher Training Program, and with us the entire time has been the weekly Space Hangout crew. Apparently I needed, the donations file. Okay, it's already done. We're done? Okay, so we are apparently ready to start giving things away. Come sit in the chair. No, we've switched to camera one a few other times. So this is Corey, our ever awesome lead programmer, who has been responsible for keeping our stuff going, and it's his birthday today.
It is.
When we woke the poor person, poor Corey, we're sorry. I'm sorry. We woke him up early in the morning when for some reason our ability to draw craters went away, he and Joe fixed it, as they often do. So why don't I first look to see why the computer is going beep? So let's start by giving away the thing that's closest in front of me. This is the meteorite from Nantong Guangkai, People's Republic of China. Created where your donations and your image classifications counted equally in our attempt to say thank you for all that you have done. Who is our first recipient?
Okay, we have a pair, Anthony Flush.
Anthony.
I suppose that's Flush there.
Yes. Can you actually copy all of these things into a file for me? And I'm going to keep track of the order we're doing these in. So this one is going to be 1. So next on our list, we have small, flat, happy little Sakota Allen meteorite. This is going to
Christopher Casper, who also paid.
So Christopher Casper, you are also getting a meteorite. So that one's number 2. So we have meteorite number 3. Who is meteorite number 3 going to?
Meteorite number 3 goes to Dave JB, Dave James B, who is a marker.
So thank you for doing science. We're giving you a meteorite. We now have 4 more of these that aren't on my desk. So 4 more of the Sakota Allen meteorites. Go for it.
All right. They go to the donator Kyle Carmichael.
Kyle Carmichael, you've been an awesome friend of the show. We're sending you a rock from space.
Give me a second here. Sure. Okay.
Next person.
All right. The next gift goes to the science man Monkey Adam.
So Monkey Adam, we're sending you a rock. What?
A high quality rock.
A high quality rock. A rock from space.
Okie doke. Next goes to the donator Sylvan Westby.
We love you, Sylvan. You're awesome. Uh-oh.
The internet.
Oh, we're dealing with internet.
Oh, there we go. Okay. Next goes to the donator James Reichwein.
Thank you, James. You are also awesome. And how many are we at now?
That would be 6 total, I think.
Okay, so we have 2 more rocks to give away.
Cap Cadet 11, who has succeeded in doing science.
So Cap Cadet, you did science. We're sending you a rock from space. 1 more rock to give away.
Scott Sigler.
Scott Sigler. Thank you, Scott. Scott Sigler, I don't know if this is your first meteorite, but I'm glad to be giving you, well, I'm sure Richard's really glad to be giving you a rock from space.
Okay, what are we giving out now?
So we have moved past rocks, and since we just said Scott Sigler, that made me think of Amy Davis Roth. because she does artwork for him. This isn't one of the ones we're giving away. This one's mine, and I love it, and I'm not giving it to you even though I love you because it perfectly matches one of my shirts. But we're giving away pendants like this, or posters if you'd rather have a poster, from Sterling Ceramics. So we have 5 of these as well.
Okay. Are we allowing repeats?
No, let's not do repeats.
Okey-doke. All right. First one goes to the scientist K. Peters 12.
So K. Peters 12, you did science, you get a Surly.
All right. Next is the donator Sarah Nagellin. Sarah Nagellin.
So Sarah Nagellin, we don't know how to say your last name.
Nagellin?
We adore
Nagellin.
you nonetheless. You donated, you get a Surly.
How many Surleys are there?
There's 5.
5, okay. Surly number 3 goes to Lionel Ward, who donated.
So thank you, Lionel. You're getting a poster or a pendant.
Next, this is an interesting person going to, or for doing science, Protege. Email is I hate spam.
So Protege, I don't know how we're going to get this to you because I'm not sure that's a real email address. But Protege, if you're listening, drop me an email, starstrider with a Y @gmail.com. We'll make sure you get your Surly or your poster. Number 5.
Last one goes to the donator Stephen John Alvey.
So Stephen John Alley, thank you. You donated. You get either a pendant or a poster. So let's do the 3 Starry Night Pros next. So these are gifts from our friends at Sky Safari and Starry Night. These are 3 different licenses for Starry Night Pro.
The winner is the donator Adrian Martin.
Adrian Martin, we're sending you access to the sky online.
Next is Todd Sanders.
Todd Sanders, you're getting Starry Night.
And finally, James, no, I believe, yeah, James Reichwan is already won. Peter Lake.
Peter Lake, one of our friends over at iTelescope. I don't know if you need Starry Night Pro, but you have a license. If you don't need it, well, you know how to find teachers to give it to. I say this simply because you have so much awesome astronomy software. Okay, so we now have 10 upcoming soundtracks to the new Firefly video game. These come from David Joseph Wesley. We have, let's do these 3 at a time so we don't sit on this for too long.
Yeah.
So we're going to do 3 of the Firefly soundtracks.
Okay, doke. I've already. What just happened? Okay. These will go to Eric Knapp, Eric Schoberg, and Nathaniel Miller.
So thank you, 3 gentlemen. You are getting Firefly soundtracks when the video game comes out. Next we have, well, that's a scratched math piece of paper. Next we have 2 certificates currently sitting under the dragon eggs. We have 2 gift certificates courtesy of Richard Drum, the Astronomy Bomb, to Indigo Nights for you to get your own beautiful picture of the night sky on a night of your choice. So we have 2 of these.
2 of those. They go to Jason Grimshaw and Yu Chung.
So thank you both. You're going to get your own beautiful piece of the sky. We now have 2 $200 gift certificates to iTelescope.
Okay, they go to Sylvan Westby and Sylvan Westby is already all right. Tranan is his name, and Gary Lindros.
So Gary Lindros, Tranan, thank you both so much. So now we have 5 kids books. Do we want to break these up or just give them all out at once?
I'll just name them off as I'm going through them.
Okay, so we have 5 books from Sarah Willis. These are Your Place in Space.
All right. The first one goes to Snutton.
Snutton. Okay.
Second goes to Michael Simmons.
So this is going to our good friend at Astronomers Without Borders, who ever so graciously covered for me and let me get breakfast this morning. I really appreciated that.
Next goes to Miriam Wesley.
Awesome.
Some repeats. Barry Swinsberg.
Barry Swinsberg, thank you so much.
Let's repeat. Repeat. We're getting a pretty large list here. Okay, Jeff Harris.
Jeff Harris, you're getting a book, Your Place in Space. I hope you have a kid in your life or a kid inside yourself that you still celebrate to enjoy this book. So now we have Fireflies 4 through 6 of the videos, the video game soundtracks that we're giving away.
Okay, how many?
Let's actually go 4 through 7. Let's give away 4 of them.
Okay. Well, all right. Internet's being slow, but I've got 2 of them so far. Paul Stewart and wait, is that a repeat? Let's repeat. So we got Paul Stewart so far. Raymond Buzensky.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Raymond.
Historic Spacecraft is the person's name. Looks like Richard.
Thank
Richard
you,
Cruz. And Sarah Kronvang.
So thank you, Sarah. We now have 5 32-gigabyte jump drives. These are, they say CosmoQuest on them, and they will come with our planetarium show, Cosmic Castaways.
Okay, first goes to Robert Harkins.
Thank you, Robert.
Guido Bibra.
Thank you, Guido.
Repeats. Repeats. Natalie Metzger.
Natalie Metzger, the artist who did that awesome picture that we shared earlier. You are getting a 32 gigabyte. There's your artwork of awesome. You're getting a 32 gigabyte CosmoQuest memory stick with Cosmic Castaways on it.
David Ballard.
Thank you, David.
And Christian Froschlin.
Thank you, Christian. We have Firefly soundtracks 8 through 10, so 3 more of these.
Okey-doke. William Kovacs.
Thank you, William. I think that's actually a Kovacs, but I'll thank you both.
Monkey Adam must have marked a ridiculous number of images because he's come up like 4 times already for marking images.
Thank you, Monkey Adams, for marking so many images. That makes my heart happy to hear.
Cecil Morgan.
Cecil Morgan. That's an awesome name. And thank you. You have an awesome name also.
Stephen Lamb.
Stephen Lamb, you 3 are getting Firefly soundtracks when the video game comes out. So we have given away 1 Nantong meteorite, 6 meteorites from Sigpot Allen. We have given away 5 Surly pendants or posters from Surly Ceramics from the artist Amy Davis Roth. We've given away 3 Starry Night Pro licenses, 10 soundtracks to the future Firefly video game, 2 Indigo Night gift certificates, 2 $200 gift certificates to iTelescope. Sarah Willis is helping us give away 5 children's books, Your Place in Space. We're giving away 5 32 gigabyte jump drives. And we've already let you know if you are the, actually no, I will be emailing you personally if you are the person, and you might also have gotten one of these things if you're one of the people who donated between $300 and $2,000 to get the Converse All-Stars. I'm not going to share the name of the person who gave the largest donation because I don't know if they want me to, but the person who's getting the dragon eggs this year donated $3,600. Thank you so much. I almost hope the dragon eggs will hatch, but I like you, and I don't know if dragons are evil or nice in general, but either way, we'll get your name engraved on the plaque and we'll get these shipped out to you. And thank you for becoming part of an awesome tradition. The folks at Firefly Ops, you get to take home this fabulous lightsaber. Again, both the lightsaber and the dragon eggs. These are from Tim Legower, a great props creator, costumer. You want to take a look?
Maybe.
Corey just kind of lit up. All of you have done so much this weekend. You've made my heart lighter. You have accomplished so much science, and you have given us the ability to move forward and keep doing science. And all of you who either did science or donated in this 36-hour period, I will personally be sending you a thank you note either tomorrow, or I still haven't figured out how many of you there are, or on Monday. I'm looking to see where our final, tomorrow is Monday, I'm being reminded, either tomorrow or on Tuesday if I don't get through all of them. Can someone tell me what the final total was?
Yeah, just a second. I have it. Somewhere, where'd it go?
I just noticed what the lower third was set to. We did it! Squee!
Loading. $36,140.42.
$36,144.42. So we're gonna go out on the Mary Amber song, Nothing's in Your Way. So thank you. That was loud. So thank you all so much. Enjoy what's left of your weekend, and thank you for spending your weekend with us. Dreams are possible. All you have to do is, well, follow the advice of Amanda Palmer and ask. Thank you all. You heard our need, and you responded, and you made dreams come true. Have a great weekend, everyone, and I'll see you on the internet. Let's make the world a little more scientific today, tomorrow, and every day into the future.
No.